Crawford?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 19 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Dish.
She is in the waiting room, I believe.
Thank you. Councilmember Griswold,
Here.
Councilmember Song,
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Grand,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Medina,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Mayor Taylor,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Iyer,
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Nelson, here in Ann Arbor, Councilmember Briggs,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Here in Ann Arbor.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Song, seconded by Councilmember Medina. Discussion of the agenda. At the request of Dr. Stultz, may I have a motion, please, to move DC4 to just in front of the consent agenda, please? Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Medina. Discussion. All in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Opposed? The amendment's approved. Further discussion of the agenda as amended. All in favor? Opposed? The agenda is approved. We have communications today from our city administrator.
Mayor, I don't have anything specific. There are a number of written communications I provided to the agenda, some which came over the weekend or today. So just highlight those for you, but that's all.
All right. Thank you very much. I am delighted to have two introductions today. First is a proclamation honoring City of Ann Arbor water plant employees. Normally, when we
Point of inquiry. Mr. Mayor, I have noticed that Councilmember Dish is still in the waiting room, and I just want to make sure we didn't forget to move her over.
Oh, Ms. Beaudry?
I'm sorry, but I don't see Councilmember Dish.
I see her name in the attendees.
Oh, she's there now. I'm sorry, she was not there.
No worries, Lisa Jane. Councilmember Medina, thank you. Councilmember Diaz, welcome.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I somehow got on a wrong link or something.
Never worry. So as I was saying before, I was quite properly interrupted. Normally when we have proclamations relating to City of Ann Arbor employees, we like to trot them up and display them before the cameras, which probably pleases and embarrasses them all together. But in the absence of that here at Zoom, I'd just like to read this proclamation in honor of water plant employees: Mike Culpepper, Pat Sturck, Adam Bolgos, Aaron Buza, Rick Stropich, and Dwayne Weibel. Whereas on March 26, 2021, Mark MacArthur, temporary shift supervisor at the City of Ann Arbor water plant, experienced a medical emergency. And whereas due to past CPR defibrillator training and refresher sessions, Mark recognized the classic symptoms of an impending heart attack. After experiencing a heavy feeling in his chest, left arm pain, and cold sweats, he took an aspirin and notified a coworker. Whereas Mike Culpepper promptly called 911 and answered the operator's questions. Pat Sturck loosened Mark's clothing to help with blood circulations while trying to keep MacArthur calm and relaxed. Adam Bolgos retrieved the defibrillator and stood by, ready to put it to use. And whereas Aaron Buza applied compress to Mac's forehead and confirmed the aspirin dosage to EMTs, Ricky Stropich helped calm Mark and then continued monitoring water processes while others assisted MacArthur. Dwayne Weibel drove a truck to the delivery gate, positioning it to prevent the gate from closing while engaging the strobe light to mark the entrance for the ambulance and the fire truck. Whereas Mark MacArthur wishes to commend the Ann Arbor Fire Department and the Huron Valley Ambulance crew for their professionalism and extends his thanks to coworkers whose names he could not recall while under duress. And whereas the quick decision-making actions by this heroic group of individuals, along with their required CPR defibrillator training, provided the tools for his coworkers to save Mr. MacArthur's life. Whereas their actions are not only a testament to the character of Ann Arbor communities, but also to the high quality of training and dedication demonstrated by our water plant staff on a regular basis. Now, therefore, I, Christopher Taylor, Mayor of Ann Arbor, Michigan, do hereby commend City of Ann Arbor employees Mike Culpepper, Pat Sturt, Adam Bolgos, Aaron Buza, Ricky Stropich, and Dwayne Weibel for their quick intervention and decisive actions that helped save the life of Mr. MacArthur on Friday, March 26, 2021. Thank you all so very much. Mr. Steglitz, do you want to say a word or have everybody go about their business?
I see Mark is on, so I think that's just great to see him there. So you can see him in the corner. Yeah, there are no words for this. This is your work family, and to know that everyone rose to the occasion and did what they did. I mean, I'm just so proud of the staff. We're really happy to have Mark. Mark's already back working. So we're nice to have him back. And it's just an amazing, one of these life experiences you'll never forget. Thank you for recognizing the team.
Of course. Thank you one and all. Truly. Now let's move on to our second introduction. And this is a proclamation for National Arab American Heritage Month, April 2021. This comes at the initiative of Ms. Jarjura, Ann Arbor's representative to the National Advisory Commission, Arab American Foundation, and of course, at the initiative of Councilmember Ramlawi, Ann Arbor's first Arab American elected council member. And so it's my pleasure at both of their requests to issue this proclamation. Whereas for over a century, Arab Americans have been making valuable contributions to virtually all aspects of American society: medicine, law, business, education, technology, government, military service, and culture. Whereas since migrating to America, men and women of Arab descent have shared their rich culture and traditions with neighbors and friends, while also setting fine examples of model citizens and public servants. And whereas they brought with them to America their resilient family values, strong work ethic, dedication to education, and diversity in faith and creed that have added to the strength of our great democracy and community. And whereas Arab Americans have also enriched our society by sharing in the entrepreneurial American spirit that makes our nation free and prosperous. Whereas the history of Arab Americans in the United States remains neglected and defaced by misconceptions, bigotry, anti-Arab hate in the form of crimes and speech. And whereas Arab American issues, such as civil rights abuses, harmful stereotyping, and bullying must be combated in the forms of education and awareness. And whereas Arab Americans join all Americans in the desire to see a peaceful and diverse society where every individual is treated equally and feels safe. Now, therefore, I, Christopher Taylor, Mayor of Ann Arbor, Michigan, hereby declare April 2021 to be Arab American Heritage Month in Ann Arbor, Michigan, where we celebrate the contributions that Arab Americans have made to society and in helping to build a better nation. And we encourage all of our community members to join us in this special observance. Excellent, and thank you very much. And we have with us Ms. Jarjura for a few words.
Hi, my name is Teresa Jarjura. I would like to thank you all, Mayor Christopher Taylor and all the Ann Arbor City Council for granting us this great honor, especially approaching the speed in which this all happened. Really, I appreciate everything, and we are honored to be part of this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Councilmember Ramlawi, do you want to?
I would just like to echo those statements, Mayor Taylor, and I appreciate you putting this on the agenda. And it's a great honor to be here tonight to hear those words and be a part of this proclamation. And it just fills me with tremendous pride and joy, knowing that my father migrated here over 60 years ago because of the political and economic instability that continues to ravage the region, and was able to come to America and start a new life. And I'm here today as his son on city council. And so it's a very powerful moment for me, and I appreciate this opportunity and my colleagues for allowing it to be introduced.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Jura, thank you so very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Crawford, you have the con.
Thank you, Mayor. I will try to get my screen shared here. Thank you, Council. Tonight, as I'm pulling this up, you'll recall this is the evening that you received the City Administrator's recommended budget. Is that visible, Mayor?
Looks good, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, it's been a long year or so here. There's a fair bit to cover, so I will be here for a couple of minutes. But this is intended to be the highlights of the City Administrator's recommended budget for the next 2 years. The years start this coming July, and then you're going to be asked to adopt a budget for 1 year, and we have included here a fiscal plan for the second year. So the city charter requires that the budget be adopted at the second meeting in May. So you're receiving this tonight at the second meeting in April. So you've got a month to ask questions, receive additional input from the community, and then consider the recommended budget at your May meeting. This particular budget was challenging to pull together in light of the pandemic and all the other aspects that are going on. From a financial perspective, it is also challenging because the American Rescue Plan bill we still don't know where that stands as far as the amount or that kind of thing. So this document has been prepared without knowledge of what that amount is. And I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. For those who are watching online, we do have a website that has all our detailed budget documents, all the presentations we've done in the past, and we keep track of all the questions and answers that we get. And you're able to access that on the city website, and there's a link in this presentation. As far as an overview of the budget, the pandemic was a hit to almost every aspect of our organization. The general fund, I will give some extra attention to today. It has been impacted significantly and continues to be so. As we projected forward for the general fund for fiscal 22, we saw that there was a $3.2 million structural deficit. And when we say structural deficit, that means we look at our recurring revenues and our recurring expenditures. And if there's a gap, that is a deficit. So we have had this kind of thing happen in the past. Historically, though, with a 2-year plan, when we see a structural deficit like that, we make reductions, in essence, 3.2 million or so, in order to eliminate that gap in the first year. And that also provides us some one-time funds then in order to go through the 2-year cycle. In attempting to do so this year, we were unable to get the full gap closed. We were able to make a net reduction of $1.1 million, which after we incorporate the varied requirements that we heard from you all in the community, ended up with a $2.1 million deficit. That's the $1.1 million reduction I was referring to. This is a difficult budget to prepare because, in part, what the recovery looks like from the pandemic is really hard to accurately project. However, in preparing this recommended budget, we really didn't try to go overly conservative or overly optimistic. We really did an honest kind of midline scenario, what we think is a reasonable recovery. And so, unfortunately, when you look at that scenario over the next couple of years and then a few years after that, it actually continues to worsen. And so where we find ourselves today is a really uncomfortable financial position and vulnerable, actually. How we deal with this going forward is going to be a real challenge. Now, one of the things we do as an organization to deal with unexpected events is we maintain fund balances. And in this case, as what I consider a financially well-managed city, the city is entering into this with a healthy fund reserve. 24% is the way that we look at it in our policy. So how would we get through something like this? We can spend savings for a little bit. But with the projections that we have, we either need to see materially better economic recovery, which I'm concerned about the likelihood of that, or we're going to need to look at service reductions going in the future beyond this next year's budget, or additional revenues. So I'm giving you this message today because what we've done in this budget is primarily use our savings and some other things that we'll talk about in a minute to get through this next fiscal year. This will give us time to get a better idea of what the recovery looks like. In fact, we'll likely know here in a few months as things continue to open up. But this is definitely an uncomfortable and vulnerable financial time for the city, one that I have not seen in the time that I've been here. I also, so as we go forward in this presentation, I wanted you to be aware there have been a couple of opportunities for the federal government to provide some funding to locals. The first was the CARES Act funding. Those funds have been incorporated in this presentation. It's the American Rescue Plan that has not. So highlights of the general fund. Our recurring revenues, the ones that I said that are important to focus on, are projected to go up 0.8% in fiscal 22 and 3% in fiscal 23. Our property taxes, which are the three main components of that in the general fund on the revenue side, are property taxes, state shared revenues, and parking revenues. Our property taxes for our typical resident are expected to go up 1.4%, which is associated with the Consumer Price Index. That's the way that the property tax law works. In addition to that, we're expecting about 1.2% from expanding the tax base with new construction. The state shared revenues, we under our existing practices, we are holding it flat with any increase considered one-time monies as we grow into utilizing constitutional revenues for larger the bulk of our, or the full amount of our recurring portion of state shared revenues. And lastly, the parking revenues. Parking, as you've heard from the DDA's presentation a few weeks back, has been really challenged. And as we look forward, this is where a lot of volatility in revenues has come from. And we have some muted expectations as we look going forward. On the general fund side, we have one-time revenues of $1.7 million. The largest portion of that is for the fire protection grant. And then we also have some other items like statutory revenue sharing, the marijuana excise tax, et cetera. Those items have been programmed, as you'll see in a few minutes, along with some other expenditures in order to move projects forward in the first year, particularly. Regarding the county public safety and community mental health millage rebate, these unrestricted funds will continue to be allocated in the 40-40-20 manner that has existed in the past. And lastly, on the proposed utility rates, those are projected to go up 2.9% and 2.4% respectively. That is, if you combine water, sewer, and storm water together, so the full bill that a customer would receive, that would be a 2.9% in 22 and 2.4% in 23. Just an overview of the budget. The total budget has an expenditure of $470 million. The bulk of that, $118 million, is in the general fund, a fund by itself. A number of enterprise funds are combined. These are the largest of which are your utility funds for $126 million. Then we have our trust funds for the retirement system. The fund balance that the city has remains within the policy guidelines. The general obligation bond rating is AA+, and that is just one shy of the AAA. We've been here for some time, and that reflects how we've been managed. So what happens with this budget for our taxpayers? Well, they would see an increase of $21.42 per month. This is the average residential taxpayer. The bulk of this increase is really coming from the recent millages that were passed last November for affordable housing and filling in of sidewalk gaps. And then on top of that, there would be $6.69 a month, $6.69 a month for utility costs. We pulled together a few graphs to highlight some of your council priorities and how your funding has trended over time. And this highlights some of the key takeaways from the financial picture of the city. So the first one is Ann Arbor Housing Commission. This upper left-hand graph shows how historically there was $5 to $6 million going into the Housing Commission. You'll see a large jump in 22. This reflects the increase of the millage funds primarily to rolled into the helping the Housing Commission. And then that stabilizes thereafter to largely an inflation rate into 23. On climate, you'll see that in 20 and 21, it was going around $2 million. In a few moments, I'll describe some more details of this, but you can see that kind of on an ongoing basis, it trends up to 3, but there's a large increase in 22 up to 5 million, reflecting some one-time investments in projects to move them forward. On pavement repair, going to the bottom left, pavement repair and maintenance, one of your major goals. While the line goes down through 22, this reflects the timing of funds and approval of projects. You'll see that we're actually planning to spend probably one of our largest years ever in 23, but we have to align all of our projects with the underground work as well. And so as we work toward that end, over the next 2 years, 22 and 23, you'll see over $30 million investment in pavement repair and maintenance. The pension and VEBA fund is where we actually were able to take some savings during I say savings, but we did not do these expenses when the pandemic hit. So if you look at fiscal 19, you may recall that the city has a funding policy for our pension and VEBA, which enables us to tie our contributions more towards revenue rather than toward what is normally just a required minimum contribution. So we were contributing about $7 million prior to the pandemic a year toward paying down our unfunded liabilities, of which it's roughly $200 million. When the pandemic hit, you can see in 20 and 21, this was a major source of basically deferral of that need to pay those expenditures. So we did not make those supplemental contributions. During these years, we did make a required minimum contributions. In fact, we always do that. But with our policy, we went to council and asked you for a waiver to drop this back down to the minimum. In 22 and 23, what you'll see is we're trying to grow back into where the policy level was. We were not able to get there with the level of recovery that we're projecting. So as I said, this is part of the discomfort of the financial status of where we are, because we're not making these payments that we really need to be making in order to pay down these liabilities. A couple other charts, pedestrian safety. You'll see we've been running right around a little under $1 million. This had a higher amount in 19 and 20. I think largely reflecting some of the work that was done around the schools and some other high priority projects. We're continuing to fund that, but it does drop off a little bit as some of the one-time supplements are rolling off. DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusion. There's been some funding in the budgets the last couple of years. There is a large increase planned in 22 and 23. You'll see this in a moment in the presentation, but that increase reflects really the addition of one proposed program, which you're going to hear about at your work session next week. This is proposing to take a portion of the marijuana excise tax and applying it to a diversion program. So for those who are not into the lines and graphs, I thought I'd have a table in here to kind of walk you through some of what I just described, but in a little bit more detail. I don't know if you can see my mouse. But this first bolded line here, this is the general fund budget. And under the fiscal 22 column, you'll see 3.2 million negative. That's what I referred to as our structural deficit. This is our recurring revenues minus our recurring expenditures. Staff then made reductions, and we have $1.1 million of net reductions that the staff made to get it down to $2.1 million. That's the second bolded line. In order to have a budget that would work going forward, we reduced our contributions to our retirement system, basically the VIBA account again. Only this time, we took $1.5 million savings in order to help fund the structural deficit. So while you see a recurring deficit of 591 going to $1.6 million on the third bolded line, I would encourage you to actually think about it on the line above. It is the 2.1 to 2.4 million. That is the actual recurring deficit that we have from ongoing operations. The line, this action we're taking by not funding our retirement system to the level of our policy is really a temporary thing. It should not be looked to as permanent. The section below is a non-recurring item. So when we get one-time revenues, we put them in a non-recurring revenue line, and then we try to use them to fund our non-recurring expenditures. Typically, council has spent about $3 million a year in these actions. That was thrifted back. So we have $2.2 million net expenditures of non-recurring items. When you add that to the recurring surplus, you have a $2.8 million use of fund balance projected, or 2.9 in the second year. Now, I mentioned earlier that our fund balance was around 24%. And so what that would do is, if you look at the bottom line, our policy, our undesignated reserves as a percent of adjusted expenditures, which is the way your policy is defined. If you spent that $2.8 million, you would be down to 21%. And then if you did it in the second year, you'd be down to 17. So this is within our policy guidance of where the 15 to 20% that we typically talk about. However, the way that we're getting there is not comfortable because it's masking a structural deficit of $2.1 million. I wanted to highlight some of the things that you'll see in the budget to reflect some of the actions that would be going on. The negatives here represent savings or increases in revenues. Both of those help your financial picture, and the positive numbers represent an increase in an expenditure. So I wanted to share both of these with you. This is not intended to be comprehensive, but it does highlight some of the things that are typically talked about. So from a police perspective, there's a reduction of 5 officers, 1 community standards officer, 1 police service specialist, and the addition of a chief strategy executive. Now, the reduction of police officers is always a challenging topic to have. We have a number of retirements that have been happening, and we had anticipated this, and we expect to have more over the next several years as a wave of employees who were hired 25 years ago or so are choosing to retire in the coming years. I'm admittedly taking advantage of that here some to shrink the force, but it also is giving us an opportunity to bring to you, hopefully this next budget year, a better idea of what the staffing level in the department needs to be. So as we think about community policing and what it requires from a staffing perspective, that's some of the work that we'll be doing this year in order to come back and hopefully give you a better idea of what we think a long-term number should be. We've also added some training funds, some incremental training funds above the ones that were originally planned for. Adding a communications person, and this person is actually going to be helping the police department as a public information officer. One of the things that you'll see in this budget is a balancing of resources across the organization to deal with some of the challenges that we face. And one of the things that has definitely come up is communicating with our public in a more effective and efficient and effective way. So this is one of those positions. We had a retirement in a fire inspector position. We believe we can go down 1 position there. On the marijuana excise tax, this shows it was about $476,000. This recognizes $200,000 of that as recurring. That's not something we would typically do, but given that this is in the recommended budget as an exception, because it's a modest portion of the total, And we had an identified program that would likely fit right into this. And this is a diversion deflection program, which you'll be seeing next week. If that program, is not approved, we can undo that. But right now, this is how I would envision funding that program. I'll come back to the Housing Commission in a little bit. But during the fiscal year 21, there were 5 FTEs added to support Lurie Terrace. All those FTEs are fully reimbursed to the city. In the Office of Sustainability and Innovation, 3 FTEs are added to advance A20. This is the distinction here being that this is a small group growing into their mission, whereas we have other units that are more mature and we're trying to be efficient at the mission they already have. That's supplemented with some legal work and energy improvements, as well as some development, volunteer coordination, and benchmarking work. The short-term rental STUs that you all have been talking about so much, we've increased our estimate of revenue for that. So that's a total of $250,000 we're projecting. But in case that doesn't come through, well, I should say what we've done there is also taken up our planning services support by $99,000. This will give us an opportunity to have resources to do some of a lot of planning work that's being asked of the organization. However, this is structured in a way that if the revenue doesn't come in, then we would not expend these planning support funds. So those two kind of go together. The deer management plan was suspended last year. This turns that suspension off. The Barton and Superior dams, which have had, these are the dams that are in the water fund. They've had a number of regulatory compliance issues that have come up as all of these standards around dams have been increasing, as well as ongoing maintenance costs. And these costs tend to come in stair steps, some this year, some next year. What you see here is primarily a $200,000 structural increase in our ownership of these dams. So we're anticipating these costs recurring. In addition to these, you'll see in a few minutes, we have some one-time costs. Lastly, in systems planning, I talked about needing to balance the organization some. There's additional support that we need in community engagement in order to really fulfill and move our organization into what I believe will be a more effective way of community engagement. So I talked about one-time priorities. I've tried to tie these together here. The first 2 lines, the first one is a fire protection grant. There's $1 million of what we consider one-time, and that is being transferred to the capital fund to replace Station 4. We have done this for the last couple of years, so we actually are building up some fund balance for this building replacement, which is sorely needed. The marijuana excise tax, you saw on a recurring basis, the $200,000. This is the balance of the amount of $276 for a total of $476 that we received. This $276 of revenue, we've basically put in a provision, which is basically an unknown program for, we don't have it defined yet, for an unarmed public safety response. So if there, as you've asked me to look at what it would take to have an unarmed public safety response, if this funding here, if approved, would allow me to have some consultants or things like that if I needed, or even start on a pilot program or whatever. We don't have any idea what that expenditure would be for the city, but this provides some funding to get going. On the state shared revenues, we got $467,000 of one time, and there's a number of requests here. Chief Kennedy had requested to replace a reserve fire apparatus, which is sorely needed in the second year. That's in. I mentioned some one-time needs of the dams. Those are in for $250 and $410 for the 2 years. The master plan was also suspended when we came into the pandemic. What I'm proposing to do here is to start that up again with some one-time funds. And what this would do is basically break it into 2 pieces. Staff feels that in order to move effectively through the master planning process, there's a real benefit to have a discussion on single-family zoning. So that starts out with $100,000 in fiscal 22, followed by the master plan being fully funded and kicked off in 23. The electrification of the city fleet is consistent with our A20 goals, and so there's some funding set aside to advance that, along with including sensors, building code windows, some other efficiencies we would have that they're working on. The large item on one times is this last one. It's what we would do for electrifying buildings, energy improvements or reducing the use of energies, and installing EV charging stations. The state has a program right now, for example, where charging stations can be obtained at a low cost because there's a high match to them. And this would take advantage of some of that. So what I've put in the fiscal 22 budget is a use of $1.8 million of one-time funds. I would note here that the Sustainability Office took a fairly large reduction in their request just because there weren't enough funds available. In fiscal 22, they had asked for $2.5 million and I put in 1.8. In fiscal 23, they had asked for 3.5 million and I put in 0. There's just not enough funding to fulfill all the requirements that we have going forward. If I try to summarize the staffing adjustments, this is just a chart that does that. One thing I'll just highlight, it breaks out many of the positions I've already described. It adds a few on the right-hand column for the ones outside of the general fund. But I want to draw your attention to the darker green line. You'll see that for the general fund in total, we're going down 1.75 FTE, so there's a slight reduction with a slight increase in the other funds, which they pay for through their own rates or other things. However, you'll see the total FTEs go up in the budget, and you'll see that because of this memo line. The Housing Commission added 5 FTEs during this fiscal year for the addition of Lurie Terrace as they bring those employees on, and they're fully reimbursing. Her budget request also asks for 3 in her new millage fund in order to get the development going and utilize those funds effectively, as well as additional 5 reflecting all the work that she's getting. She's getting a significant amount of additional funding for existing programs for vouchers and things. There was a memo that was provided to you in the city administrative communication tonight that you can see on the agenda, where she describes all of this in some detail. I'm mentioning this because all of these FTEs at the bottom, while it looks like our FTEs or full-time employees are going up to 785, they're not all a financial obligation of the city because these 13 are fully funded by the Housing Commission. And then lastly, I want to touch base on utility rates. We talked earlier about utility rates, and tonight you have stormwater rates on your agenda. As a reminder, I said that the total rates would go up I believe it was 4% overall. The water rates are 6.5, the sewer 0, and the stormwater are 5, and that mixes out to be the figures I gave you at the beginning of this presentation. So these are consistent with our long-term plans. You'll see that we take advantage of the sewer rates being where they are. The stormwater rates have continued within the plan that we had planned years ago. That wraps up much of what I wanted to share with this budget presentation. I do want to highlight a couple of things. As we move forward from tonight, now that you have the recommended budget, the next council meeting on May 3rd, we have a public hearing on the fees and on the budget. So you'll have any fee changes will be agenda items on that budget. And then you'll have a final vote on those on May 17th. If you have questions about any of this material, and a hard copy of this has been provided to you in your council mailboxes, we'll be putting a soft copy up on the web. If you have any questions about any of that, please send them to Sarah Higgins with a CC to myself, Marty, and Kim Busselmeyer. And as we were happy to work with you on budget amendments, we would like to try to wrap those up by May 12th. That will allow us time to ensure that what you're proposing to do, we've got all the correct wording in place, and then we'll share that with everybody before the meeting. And then, of course, your night is May 17th, and on that council agenda, we will try to keep that agenda fairly light for normal city business so that you have time to focus on the budget consideration. And then lastly, I'll just point out that like I said, all of this was prepared without the American Rescue Plan funds being known. However, given the financial situation that we're in, I think it's likely that those are funds you staff may be recommending to you to hold on to until we can solve the structural deficit issue. It's really important not to use one-time monies to solve structural problems. We need to find a way to solve our structural problem as we go forward. So we do have some challenging times in front of us, and I look forward to working with you on those.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford.
Mayor, that is all that I have.
Well, I'm sure that's the first false thing you said to us today. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. Speakers who are signed up to speak at public comment reserve time, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you are connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you are connected, please enter *9 to indicate that it's you and that you wish to speak. Our clerk will notify you when it is your turn to speak by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. The last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time is expired. When your time is expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Eric Zakar.
Eric Zekar, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I was calling in today to speak on quite a few things. First of all, I'll speak on CA2, the money for bike lane maintenance. As anybody who rides a bike around town can tell you, it's pretty important to have the streets clear of debris like nails, broken glass, ice in the winter. And as we're making more bike lanes and get people more comfortable for riding, I think it's really important that we make the lanes as friendly as possible to ride in. And so the small amount of money that you're asking for to maintain these bike lanes is really, really important. It helps us support Vision Zero and A20, and I think it's a win-win-win. And other items on the consent agenda, it's great to see the affordable housing finally start to make it. On C1, making it easier to build ADUs. ADUs are a great way to age in place. Planning Commission had a lot of scared folks calling in who are afraid that like investors are going to come into neighborhoods overnight, build ADUs and peer into their windows. But I think it's just fear mongering. I know how expensive it is to construct things in Ann Arbor, especially with the pandemic going on. And so a lot of these fears are really just a way to keep people who don't look right, quote unquote, out. And I think it's unfounded. Investors have much easier and more profitable ways of making money than to build a $400,000 ADU in a backyard that's 800 square feet. So it's just the only people that are going to be using this process are people who are emotionally invested in the neighborhoods with emotional capital. It doesn't make sense from a capitalist point of view. So I ask you to support it. C2, which is Valhalla, I really think you should vote in favor of this development. It's a great, much needed housing in a walkable part of town. It helps meet our future climate goals with all electric power, which is awesome. Great to see those new developments coming to the stage now. And it'll help with traffic too. Believe it or not, having more people downtown actually helps with traffic. People can walk, take the bus, bike, instead of driving 20 miles on the freeway. So it's great for freeway congestion. I hear the university isn't happy because of how close it is to the golf course, but personally, I don't think we should get in the habit of allowing the university to tell us, you know, we can't house people near their own private amenities on land they don't own. And lastly, I was going to speak to
30
the
seconds.
resolution for Councilmember Hayner. I won't go into it a great deal. I just think that it's within council's ability to strip him of his committee assignments, and I think you should. I think you should provide counseling and education, and I think you should not allow him to denigrate a whole community without any repercussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Manister.
Ann Bannister, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Hello, I am calling to praise Councilmember Jeff Hayner and Councilmember Kathy Griswold for their visionary leadership and co-sponsorship of the resolution declaring September Entheogenic Plant and Fungi Awareness Month in Ann Arbor, Michigan. As you may recall, on last September 21st, the previous council members, in consultation with Ann Arbor Police Chief Cox and others, unanimously made entheogenic plants the lowest law enforcement priority, LLEP, in Ann Arbor. Since that time, local, statewide, and national leaders in the decriminalized nature movement have been working together and reaching out to researchers at Eastern Michigan and public health departments and law enforcement agencies, indigenous groups, and other municipalities and city councils. We've been working here in Michigan with state representatives and state senators to bring forth a bill for statewide decriminalization. And we also have an Entheo show streaming live on Facebook every other Friday afternoon. Last Friday, one of our guests at the Entheo show was Ellie Savitt, our Washtenaw County prosecuting attorney and a national leader in criminal justice reform. As you may recall, on January 12th of 2021, due to the visionary leadership and action by our council in September, Ellie Savitt agreed with and supported the city council resolution and adopted a similar policy for the county, precluding the prosecution of entheogenic plant use, growth, and possession across Washtenaw County. So the resolution recognizes that whereas substance abuse, addiction, post-traumatic stress, depression, severe anxiety, grief, cluster headaches, and other debilitating conditions are present in our community, and the use of entheogenic plants and fungi have been shown by scientific and clinical studies and traditional practices to be beneficial to the health and well-being of a growing number of individuals.
30
we
seconds.
have resolved to make September Entheogenic Plant and Fungi Awareness Month. So I'd like to thank you all on council for your hard work, and especially Councilmember Hayner and Griswold. And speaking from the heart for a moment, I'm very sad and upset to see the situation with Councilmember Hayner and DC5 to remove him from his committees. And that's not the Jeff I know, and I hope you will condemn DC5 and support Councilmember Griswold, DC6, as an alternative solution that would be much better for the community and less divisive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ron Suarez.
Caller with the phone number ending in 836. Caller with the phone number ending in 836. If you press *6, you can unmute your phone. Ron Suarez, phone number 836. If you press *6, you can unmute your phone and speak.
Mr. Mayor, I know that Mr. Suarez sometimes uses assisted technology devices to do his technical reach out using technology from working with him on the Center of the City projects. And so perhaps there's something going on there. I just don't know if we should pass over him to the bottom, because there have been tech difficulties in the past in communicating with Mr. Suarez.
Thank you, Council Member. Perhaps we wait just a moment and then we'll try to pick him up on the flip side. Thank you for letting us know. Let's do this, Mr. Suarez, if you are able to hear, since we are unable to hear you, and it's been indicated that there are occasionally technical difficulties, we will put you towards the, at the end of public comment and move on to our next speaker. So please do give it a try. Our next speaker is Eric Lipson.
Good
Mr.
evening,
Lipson.
Mr. Mayor. Good
Go
evening,
ahead.
Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Eric Lipson. I live on Rosewood Street. Let me start by giving some credit for some of the great things that are going on in our city, because there are a lot of them. For example, you finally convinced Tom Crawford to accept the city administrator job. Good job. And the Swift Run affordable housing on State at Stimson and the one on Platt at Packard are beautiful pieces of work. I think you should be congratulated for that. The new pedestrian and flood control tunnel at Depot is long awaited, long overdue, and is a major improvement. I think the city is on the right track with the revised Healthy Streets initiative. I originally had objected to it, but I've now fully endorsed the revised plan, thanks to Raymond Hess for patiently explaining things in detail. And I appreciate his time and transparency. And I'd also like to give a shout out to Mr. Crawford and Mayor Taylor for speaking to the Rotary Club of Ann Arbor. I appreciated the mayor's sincere statements to this largely white group, acknowledging systemic racism and a pledge to address it. We also enjoyed a beautiful solo by the mayor, which was a treat. And I think that the city is on the right track with the revised Healthy Streets initiative. But I must address DC 5 concerning the censure of Councilor Hayner, which, besides being misguided, I'm sad to say this appears to be little more than a dangerous political ploy, which violates the charter and council rules. What happened to due process? DC 5 is a definition of an ultra vires act, acting outside your legal authority, rewriting rules that you have no authority to write. The city attorney must be quietly going nuts over this, because you are needlessly inviting a lawsuit from somebody like me or Shutter Tom Weeder, claiming, among other counts, that you are robbing the First Ward constituents of their representation without due process. And this is a slippery slope. If Councilman Hayner's behavior merits censure, do you censure a council member who apparently falsely claimed to be a small business owner of a firm implicated in a serious sex harassment case, but now who says she was merely a contract employee? What's the truth? Or might one ask why the former council member who hid his arrest and conviction for drunk driving while sitting on the Police Oversight Commission received no reprimand?
30
How about
seconds.
a city council member who stated that officials should be sneaky to avoid pushback of the transportation plan from the usual suspect? Doesn't that sound like a violation of the fiduciary duty of transparency and truthfulness? So I would pray the council comes together, ends this psychodrama, defeats this ill-conceived proposal, stops the kindergarten politics and virtue signaling, and gets on with the business of making our city safer and more welcoming to all and improving the quality of life in Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sonia Schmerl.
Caller with the phone number ending in 581. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm also would like to address agenda item D6 or D5, I'm sorry, and D6. It's very disturbing to me since in February, Council adopted Ethics Rule 12, which at the time was seen as a threat to free speech. But now, Councilmember Hayner is being punished without following any of the procedures encoded in that rule. While I do not defend Councilmember Hayner's action, Council has a duty to follow its own procedures and not act precipitously and out of anger. There is a danger of a breakdown in order and a distraction from the business of Council. Councilmember Hayner is answerable to the people who elected him and not to fellow council members. His constituents will be the ultimate arbiters of his behavior. And I also think that spending $20,000 on a consultant to monitor council behavior is not necessary. I think the council members should all, including every one of them, treat one another with respect and learn to talk to each other and listen and not react to every little thing that they've considered insulting. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Chambers.
Caller with the phone number ending in 367. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead. Caller 367, you can go ahead. Phone number 367, you're unmuted. You can go ahead and speak.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
A council member has aggrieved a whole community of residents. The evidence is clear and is not in dispute. Apologies, no matter how equivocal, do not remove one from material consequence. DC6 is inconsequential to this matter since it's not an issue between council members. Such behaviors have a much larger impact, certainly on LGBTQ people and the LGBTQ community. This affects us all. Parents, siblings, and extended family are impacted. So is everyone else who is treated as if they were of the LGBTQ community. The community's culture and values do change over time. Those Ann Arborites of the post-World War II era from 1945 may not have recognized the Ann Arbor of 1985, with the incredible residential growth that occurred over that time. I came here in the 80s, and now, approaching 40 years later, Ann Arbor continues to progress. Change is constant, clearly. The values of 1970 are not the values of today, regardless of the literary source. Back in 1970, I had just joined the Boy Scouts. On a campout, I tended with the older boy of a friend. He did not have a warm enough sleeping bag and was shivering. His teeth were chattering. It made sense to me that we zip our bags together and share warmth. I turned my back and slept soundly. However, that morning, chaos seemed to break loose. People were ribbing him and accusing me of things I did not understand. From that time, I was forever ostracized. The next summer, even that boy found a reason to knock me down with a fist to my face during a game of Capture the Flag. The next summer, I was towel-whipped in the showers while camping in Philmont, New Mexico. And the next summer, while sleeping in a single pup tent because no one else would tent with me, my body and head were stomped on and I was knocked unconscious. When I came to and crawled out of my bag, the scoutmaster stuck his head out of his tent and told me to go back to sleep. You will notice I did not back down easily. That fall, I went out for football, followed the next year by wrestling and then weightlifting. Eventually, I was a bouncer at Dooley's. I conformed to those male-gendered standards of the day. They were literally pounded into me. I believe this coping mechanism is not the standard we should be setting for Ann Arbor, and it is certainly not the standard we should accept of those on council. We should not accept the values that were in place in our culture back in the early 70s. A community's culture is expressed by how fast it reacts when values and norms are violated. Severe deviations need to be addressed promptly and in a material and substantive way. There needs to be consequences. Ann Arbor has been shamed. Ann Arbor has been shamed by this behavior. Councilmember Hayner has lost his honor. Maybe he could offer his own amendment for community service to a local program focused on runaway youth. That is what is missing here, a remedy based on service. Why not? Without committee assignments, he will have more time all the way to December. Will our values be reflected in council's action or inaction? It is up to you now, isn't it? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Pike.
Caller with the phone number ending in 403. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thanks. Some people have this past week been talking about different aspects of the city code, charter, and council rules that don't apply to the resolution being brought before council this evening to remove Councilmember Hayner from his board and commission seats. When they say those things don't apply in this situation, they are 100% correct. The reason that none of those things apply in this situation is that when those things were adopted, no one probably imagined that an elected council member would publicly behave in such a problematic way. But none of that matters because something else is being applied here in the service of a goal that isn't written into the code, charter, or council rules. Because it shouldn't have to be. This goal, as I see it, is to send a message to Councilmember Hayner and others on council that endlessly airing petty grievances is not only problematic, but that when an elected official goes so far as to openly and angrily encourage the degradation of both local journalists and LGBTQ residents, there urgently must be consequences for that behavior. None of this is political, except in the sense that this is unacceptable behavior for our political leaders. There have to be consequences. But there is no charge to be filed. No one is trying to remove Councilmember Hayner from his seat on council. No one is invoking the process for either counseling or reprimand here. The harm that Councilmember Hayner did, and everyone with any sense of decency agrees that what he did was harmful to the community, falls outside the range of what some people have been speculating about in order to trick others into thinking that their arguments against this resolution are sound. Never once in their misdirections and obfuscations have these people even made passing reference to the rather simple thing in the code that is being invoked here. So here it is. Under Chapter 8, Organization of Boards and Commissions, General Provisions section, is point 3, Removal, which reads, the appointing authority may remove any member of any board or commission for cause.
30 seconds.
Like I said before, it's simple. The only process required is for the appointing authority, the mayor, and a majority of council members to decide that there is indeed cause to remove Councilmember Hayner from his board and commission seats. Simple. So I urge you to do the right thing and vote yes on this resolution. And after you voted yes on this resolution, I further urge everyone on council to get to work on representing your constituents and governing Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Levine.
Caller with the phone number ending in 235. If you press *6, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm calling to register my support for DC5. Councilmember Hayner, years ago, you and I found ourselves on the same side of an issue. I wrote you an email at the time requesting that you refrain from attacking people who disagreed with us and stick to the issues. Sadly, your ad hominem attacks never relented. When you were elected to council as my Ward 1 representative, despite our policy differences, I genuinely hoped that you would grow into the job and would contribute to substantive public debate on the issues facing our city. Your personal attacks continued, however, and now they've extended to disseminating language that deeply offends and even harms portions of your constituency, people who've already suffered discrimination and worse. You've expressed remorse for your remarks. Genuine remorse, however, involves, in addition to changing one's behavior and refraining from continued defiant statements, a willingness to accept the consequences of one's actions. A temporary suspension of committee memberships appears to me to be a mild consequence indeed, and one that you and those who support you should readily agree to as a sign that your apology was genuine. The arguments against DC5 appear to be procedural. For instance, I've read an argument from former Councilmember Eaton against the resolution because it, quote, does not cite a violation of council rules, unquote. I've searched council rules and could find nothing that refers to hate speech or offensive language in general. If the problem of the resolution is its lack of grounding in council rules, and those rules do not cover hate speech, then asserting that penalties must be limited to counseling and reprimand as specified in Council Rule 12 does not solve the problem. If not basing the offense in a specific violation of council rules is an error, then council is barred from taking any action in this circumstance, and that's an untenable position. Instead, the council needs to craft a proportionate response using its discretionary tools. A temporary suspension of committee assignments is one such response and should not even be a matter of controversy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Smith.
Caller with the phone number ending in 231, press *6 to unmute your phone. Caller with the phone number ending in 231, you have to press *6 to unmute. Go ahead.
Okay, I pressed *6 and it didn't go first time. Council and Mayor, I'm calling in regard to DC5. I'm a resident of Ward 1. So as a resident, I am appalled and utterly disgusted that my elected official would even, or that any elected officials would propose stripping a fellow council member of the following committees: Council Audit Committee, Brownfield Plan Review Committee, Council of the Commons, Huron River Watershed Council Liaison, Liquor License Review Committee, Park Advisory Commission, Washtenaw Metro Alliance. So what rules were violated? What alleged harm could CM Hayner have done that would justify not only canceling and removing Jeff from these policymaking bodies, but his constituents as well? And that's a key point, the constituents. I'm disgusted with the people supporting this because they are willing to harm innocent people in order to get their point across, and I find that disgusting. Let us not mince words here. This is a political lynching of an opposition figure by an intolerant mayor who appears to be drunk on power and has little regard for how people can be and are affected by his actions, let alone words. This mayor has failed to provide inclusive leadership and instead seeks to impose a my way or highway approach to the council members with different perspectives and agendas. And that would certainly apply to Council Member Hayner. He's got a unique viewpoint. What seems to have been lost here is that Jeff represents residents of the ward that will have been stripped of its rightful representation in the city. There is more to consider than simply Council Member Jeff Hayner. Me and other people in my ward. Okay, some people voted against him, some people voted for him, but he is our representative. And when you take away his representation on these boards, you are harming this ward. In a different context, time, and place, people of African American heritage were denied access to public policy bodies using methods similar in part to what Mayor Taylor is using. The rhetoric would obviously have been different, but the effect was the same. This cannot be allowed. I strongly object to having my vote in Ward 1 effectively nullified by a mayor drunk on power. And I would also add, I was very disappointed by a statement by Council Member Grand on April 9th saying these attempts to further victimize a colleague only result in harm to our survivors and our community. That was after the city manager had correctly released the FOIA documents. And there's some significant controversy there. That is a hanging chad that has yet to be addressed. Is this council going to address that? Is it a statement where the council will say whether they support the city manager's decision or not? Because you've created a hostile environment for this guy. Once again, actions instead of words. Okay? So I am done speaking here. I will yield the rest of my time. Have a nice night. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tanya Huffman.
Caller with the phone number ending in 679, and press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Tanya Huffman. I am a resident of Ward 1. I've been a longtime resident of Ward 1, and I'd like to speak today in support of Resolution DC5. this morning I was discussing with my husband and my daughter that I'd be speaking at the city council meeting today, and my daughter asked me why I was speaking. Because I always teach my daughter that the power of words are important and how they can be hurtful. I thought this was a perfect example of the situation, real-time situation that I could explain to my daughter. I explained to my daughter in detail what Councilman Hayner had said, and the words that he used are a slur and they're hurtful to people in our community. I don't think that I should be explaining to my child that the people who represent her think it's okay to use these type of terms in any manner. I think it's completely appropriate to remove Councilman Hayner from his appointments because, quite frankly, he is not representing me appropriately as a constituent. I have seen him comment time and time again in social media and other standards without any sort of concern for his constituents. And I think it's time that something happens. It's time that he's censured. This is not the type of person that I want representing my dynamic ward, who is filled with lots of people that were very hurt and felt that the words that Councilman Hayner used were not only inappropriate but hurtful. So I think it's very appropriate to support this resolution, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to my words and listen to my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Mr. Suarez on the line? Former Councilmember Suarez. Mr. Suarez. Mr. Suarez on the line.
Mr. Suarez, phone number 836. Mr. Suarez, if you have a comment, you can unmute your phone.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, I had to press *6 5 times. I only pressed it 4 times, the last one. All right, I'm a former First Ward elected council member. It was a stupid idea for Jeff Hayner to post what he did on social media. But instead of being contacted directly, Jeff learned of the attempts to strip him of his committee assignments from social media the way Trump appointees got fired in tweets. This most recent attack on Jeff, our voice for the First Ward, is a shameless power grab by neoliberals who pretend to be progressives. Historically, the First Ward has been the most progressive ward of all the 5 wards in the city of Ann Arbor. These progressive pretenders don't want you to look behind the curtain and see the wealthy parties who are the ones pulling the strings as they employ their weapons of mass distraction to silence the First Ward. What our concern should be as citizens are the actions of our representatives. Quoting a novelist is not an action. Enabling practices that sexually harass women is. Using your power to attempt to silence the First Ward is. To reiterate, yes, it was a stupid idea for Jeff Hayner to post what he did on social media. But instead of being contacted directly, Jeff learned of the attempts to strip him of committee assignments from social media the way Trump appointees got fired in tweets. The most recent attack on Jeff, our voice for the First Ward, is a shameless power grab by neoliberals who pretend only to be progressives. Historically, the First Ward has been the most progressive of all the 5 wards in the city of Ann Arbor. These progressive pretenders don't want you to look behind the curtain and see the wealthy parties who are the ones really pulling the strings as they employ their weapons of mass distraction to silence the First Ward. What our concern should be as citizens are the actions of our representatives. Quoting a novelist is not an action. Enabling practices that sexually harass women is. You know who I'm talking about. Using your power to attempt to silence the First Ward is.
30
Thank
seconds.
you. I'm done.
Thank you. Other communications today from council? Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In light of the folks who spoke tonight, and since this is the first generally available public meeting I've attended, I think it's appropriate I take a moment with your blessings to again state publicly my apology for a post I made on social media last week. And this is what I've been sending to folks, and I sent it to the media and various, any way I could get it out there, and I've been responding to folks one-on-one with the same thing. I acknowledge that the language I quoted is offensive, and I recognize my poor judgment in using it, and I sincerely apologize for the harm I've caused the community. I've personally always sought to advance the cause and affirm the rights of the LGBTQ community in Ann Arbor, as long as I've had the opportunity to do so since the 1980s. I'm reaffirming those efforts tonight, and I assure anyone listening out there, especially our youth, that you're welcome in our community and you are a valued part of our community. And well, that offensive quote was posted outside of and quite apart from this council chamber. As your city council representative, I want to assure everyone that you will all be afforded equal consideration and equal service. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Councilmember Song.
There are a couple things coming up in the community, and I just wanted to alert folks to Wednesday, April 21st, there's a AADL book discussion on The Color of Law, A Forgotten History of How Our Government Segregated America. So that seems pretty timely given that we have master planning coming up. And that's from 6 to 7. Next Wednesday, April 28th, from 3 to 4, there's a virtual Q&A and presentation by the AAPD. I've been hearing from a number of Asian American community members who are excited to participate in that, especially in light of last Thursday's massacre with 4 Sikh American victims. And then Thursday, April 29th, from 7 to 8:30 p.m., there's the town hall on banning the use of facial recognition software by government agencies. And that's from 7 to 8:30. You can find more information and I think register for that Zoom information at banthescana2.com. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
First, I'd like to thank the community members who had volunteered to attend the rally in Lansing, requesting that it was called the EPA Now rally. That rally was not needed because a letter was sent to the EPA from the state of Michigan on April 12th to add the Gelman site to the national priority listing. That's a very long, detailed process that could lead to it being designated a Superfund site and allowing for federal cleanup. I hope that we will be getting an announcement from the city officially recognizing that soon. Second, I want to apologize to the community this evening for the divisive atmosphere that we have created yet again. I have a resolution, DC 6, to improve council dynamics and to provide a path forward. This may not cost $20,000, but it is something that other governmental bodies in the local community they have tried. Sorry, I'm a bit upset right now, but I am exhausted by the divisive attitude that our community and our council members have to endure week after week. I hope we can move forward in a collaborative way. I hope we've hit bottom. Thank you.
Councilmember Radin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to briefly call out some great work that was happening. The Human Rights Commission at their last meeting passed an additional resolution in support of the Asian American, and Pacific Islander community here in Ann Arbor, and condemned anti-Asian hate and sentiments. And they also wanted to remind everyone that there is support available here in the community, and if any marginalized group feels discriminated against, a protected class per our non-discrimination laws, you can file a complaint with the Human Rights Commission. And then I also just wanted to applaud the work of our Office of Sustainability and Innovations. They had a really cool and innovative Arbor Day tree giveaway that they instituted for this month. And within 5 days, all 1,200 trees were claimed. And so for those of you who are upset that you missed out on this chance, please look forward to more opportunities in the future, is what I've heard from the office. So congrats to them as well for some really great work towards their goals.
Member Grant.
Thank you. I wasn't planning on speaking during council comment this evening, but I had some things happen today to me personally that I think it's important to speak out about, because there's been a lot of hurt and pain in our community over the last few weeks. And you know, one of the things is about misogyny. And today I was alerted to the fact, and I was glad that some community members stood up for me, but I appreciate that. I think it's important to also stand up for oneself in this situation. When there was a gendered remark that was made against me. It's one thing when I use that language to describe myself, because that's reclaiming it. When men use it against women, it's not okay. So I just want to recognize that I see it. I'm going to continue to call it out when I see it, because I don't want other women intimidated to serve, and I think it's important as a female elected official to set that example, to say that we won't be intimidated by that kind of language, and not scared when men call us out by those names. Honestly, it just makes you look weak. The second thing that happened to me and some of my other colleagues today was that I was sent a cartoon that just so happened to have a former council member that shares a religious identity with me. That was not accidental. It wasn't the first time that this community member has spread anti-Semitism. And as someone with a Jewish identity who's part of this community, I just want to say that also not intimidated, but also then it's important to call it, to call anti-Semitism out when we see it. And so I saw it. It's not acceptable. I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, Councilmember Grant. That's awful. The only thing I wanted to mention was that tomorrow night there's a joint meeting of the Planning Commission and Transportation Commission. And if you're interested in learning more about the transportation plan, that would be a wonderful night to come and listen and share your thoughts back with us.
Councilmember Amlali.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to touch briefly on the some of the calls to end the street closures on the weekends in downtown because of the rising numbers in COVID. I think we all are surprised with the numbers that we're seeing this month. And I just want people in the community to know that we did meet this last Thursday and with Mr. Crawford and others involved in the street closures, discussed it. And one of the issues that I feel and was shared at the meeting was that it is safer for us to be outside dining outdoors rather than being ushered inside. We don't like to see these numbers, and we're all concerned, obviously, for our loved ones and our friends and businesses. But I think to end these street closures and force people inside more so would even cause a bigger danger. So we are taking precautions, and from what I understand, when people dine, the business owners and the operators and the managers and the employees and the customers, for the most part, are well behaved and really trying to do the right thing and be responsible. So hopefully this last surge is the end of it. But I just want to acknowledge that concern. Thank you.
Further communications from council. DC, where are we? DC4.
Mayor.
DC,
Yeah.
yeah, DC4 resolution to approve the settlement agreement in Michigan Public Service Commission case numbers U20713 and U20851 regarding DTE's voluntary green pricing program, and approve the memorandum of understanding with DTE to work together to explore potential landfill solar project. Moved by Councilmember Grant, seconded by Councilmember Radina. Discussion, please, of DC4. Mr. Crawford.
Mayor, we have Dr. Stoltz here to answer a few questions before you consider this item.
Thank you. Dr. Stoltz, you'll be on.
Sorry, the technology. It's lovely to see you all. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share this. Just very quickly, I want to acknowledge this came late because quite delightfully, the parties in the intervention were able to reach agreement on settlement late the afternoon of Friday the 9th. And then staff and council worked over the weekend and early last week to bring this to you. So we're excited. Our intel is it's going to the judge potentially tomorrow morning. Just want to share that. So Councilmember Hayner, thank you for your questions. I'm just going to read those and then the response, and then I think over to you, Mayor. First question, are there any additional costs associated with this settlement outside of legal costs? Does it compel us to act, build, survey land, engage planning staff, etc.? Response, the memorandum of understanding does agree that we will pay for the interconnection agreement, which we already have, and undertake the required on-site environmental assessment work. If we chose not to do the environmental assessment work, the agreement and the project itself would simply cease. It just wouldn't move forward. So we're not compelled to do any of these items if we decide not to move forward. Second question, can you share the legal costs associated with these cases to get them to this point? Was the cost shared with other parties in the case? There were 14 other parties. Did each bring separate legal representation and associated costs, or did Ann Arbor pick up the tab? Response, all parties except Michigan Maui, which is the Michigan Municipal Association on Utility Issues, had their own counsel and picked up their own costs. Ann Arbor intervened to support its specific concerns, which included cost, community solar at the landfill, and our carbon reduction offerings. Other parties did testify about costs, but no other party other than Michigan Maui, in partnership with us, intervened to advance those other two items. So as such, Ann Arbor supported Maui's intervention and provided legal services in exchange for Maui identifying other municipal customers who helped enhance our testimony as part of the VGP. And those clients made the case stronger for why this was necessary to move forward with the products we're about to settle on. And just for what it's worth, the additional costs were minimal, as they made no filings separate from us other than their written testimony. Also, Riven Oak Law Group provided approximately a quarter of the total cost of our litigation as pro bono. And so that savings easily exceeded the funds in terms of doing this in partnership with Michigan Maui. Third question, final question. What costs will we have moving forward as the FCM has not been agreed upon? Will that be addressed via another settlement negotiation? The response, the city does not plan to file testimony on the FCM, as it will be covered by other parties in the intervention. We sort of divided and conquered on issues. So we'll have no other additional costs related to this item. More specifically, the FCM will not apply to the landfill solar project if we move that project forward, so it's not directly relevant for us. And we're not agreeing to any costs for the landfill at this point, so it's a moot point. And to close out, this settlement only creates the framework that would allow the city to lower its costs via community solar participation by other customers. if the city chooses to move forward. So we're not giving up any rights in terms of we must do this project, we must not do this project. We just now have the offerings available to us. Thank you for your questions.
And I'd like to thank outside counsel Valerie Brader, who is on the line and who you've all met with before on this unique regulatory issue. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hayner. Councilmember, you're on mute.
I appreciate you coming down and answering those questions, and I'm sorry to hold you up there. I think it's perfectly appropriate sometimes when a city like Ann Arbor, who has the means, helps carry the weight and set the, guide the path for other communities who may or may not have the resources we have. And so I'm just trying to get a sense of if the work that we're doing, that your office is doing, is paying off for other communities. I hope that it is, and just kind of get a sense of the scale of what we undertake when we lead on issues like this. And so I don't think it's, I don't think the costs were outrageous in any way. I'm sure it will all come back and pay off. I just sort of was trying to get a sense of it when I saw how many other parties were part of this. And I was thinking, this could really be a long drawn out thing or not. So I appreciate you coming down. Of course, I'm going to support moving this forward. It's a great place for solar. And, people write me all the time. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? And this is something that we are doing that they've written me about. So I'm glad to point back to it. So thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Omlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and appreciate you being here, Dr. Stolz, to succinctly explain this really technical and difficult subject matter to us. There was been some asks in the community about the legal scholarship surrounding this work. Would it be publicly accessible, or I know you just talked about 14 different municipalities joining in on this effort. While we're here, just wondering if any of that is available for public consumption, or are these all confidential legal documents?
All of our testimony is public, and it's live now. I'm happy to share a link where you can find all the testimony we've submitted, and the documents are also now public as part of your package, so they can be shared. And Brader, Val, please feel free to jump in on this one. But my understanding is tomorrow we'll be filing with the administrative law judge, and that's another public filing. So all of this should be available.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Further communication from council? Further discussion, rather? Yeah, my agenda items askew. Councilmember Omlawi.
Just a big congratulations, to everybody that's been working on this. This is just huge. Kudos to everybody that's been involved. What a great achievement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? I'd like to echo that. I'm delighted that we are moving this forward. It is a testament to the great work done by OSI, our internal attorneys, and of course our external attorneys. We have the opportunity to join others in this case, intervene in this case before the Public Service Commission, and obtain movement from DT that would not have been possible otherwise. This is an excellent step for us to move forward move forward towards to the implementation of A20, and I'm just delighted that we've done it, and I'm grateful for staff and others that have made it so. So thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. Thank you. We now have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Omlawi, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of the consent agenda. Councilmember Omlawi.
Thank you. I'd like to pull CA2 out, as well as CA4.
Further discussion of the consent agenda? Councilmember Brand.
I don't want to pull it out, but I just want to recognize that one of the that CA5 is in the 3rd Ward, and looking forward to eventually welcoming new neighbors.
All in favor of the consent agenda, with the exception, please, of CA2 and CA4, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The consent agenda is approved with the exception of CA2 and CA4. CA2, resolution to appropriate and amend the Public Services Area Alternative Transportation Fund operations and maintenance budget to support increased bike lane level of service in the amount of $100,000. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of CA2. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. This is an item that puts forth competing funds, interests, priorities. I asked several council agenda questions regarding this, and I was just, taken back by some of the figures and percentages that we're looking at. Currently, nearly 80%, I believe, of our funding for this type of maintenance goes towards just 1% of our total bike lanes in the city of Ann Arbor. It costs 20 times as much to maintain one of these protected bike lane miles than it does an unprotected bike lane mile. And I understand the value and the importance of these protected bike lanes. But I also know that we have a whole lot of other unfunded CIP projects that are delayed because of past years and not enough money for that matter. I feel that this money could be better spent in repairing the pavement in many of the areas, including bike lanes, the pavement on bike lanes on the arterials, as was done on Miller Avenue last year. Those 3-4 feet from the curb, that was a major improvement to our network. I cycle thousands of miles every year, so I know the dangers that dirty and debris bike lanes will cause. But taking $100,000 away from other projects that are desperately needed in order to have such a high level of service for our protected bike lanes, I don't believe I can support, especially when we're facing structural deficits for the foreseeable future. I don't really receive any emails complaining of the conditions of the protected bike lanes. I do receive many emails describing the poor conditions of our arterials. DDA has constructed these to a major extent, and I think the DDA should help pay for the ongoing maintenance as it's needed going forward, and I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Councilmember Griswold.
Will this project include bike lanes that are painted on streets, but will not include the side of streets where cyclists are riding that do not have painted lines? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
But do keep in mind that all of the streets are swept. Our goal is 4 times a year.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm not opposing that. I wanted to better understand it. And I also have a concern, and I know that's not part of this resolution, regarding the shoulders of roads where cyclists have to ride, or sometimes cyclists have to move off the pavement, and there is not a place for them to go due to overgrown vegetation or other items that are in the roadway. So, and this is not going to address anything like that, just cleaning the surface of the road.
Correct.
Okay, I will bring that up separately then. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I am super excited to see this on the resolution on our agenda tonight. Recognition from staff about what's appropriate to maintain our facilities at an appropriate level. I do have one question. Is the higher cost for protected bike lanes right now related at all to the fact that we have fewer of these in the city? Would we anticipate that the cost per mile might decrease as we add more of these into our community? And I just don't know if that's accurate or not.
It may. I would say that we're right now we're sort of in an evaluation period. We've just starting to get them. We're just starting to understand what our maintenance needs are, and so we are looking at continual evaluation and adjustments to make sure that we get the right mix between protected and unprotected of maintenance to make sure that they're clear of debris.
Okay, great, thanks.
I would say we are in the learning phase of how best to maintain and sweep them and plow.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a big growth curve for our community that others have kind of gone through before us. I guess with my remaining time, I'll just state some of the stats from our mobility book, because I think they're important to recognize just how much work we've been doing as a community in terms of adding facilities in. So since 2007, Arbor has nearly doubled the total mileage of designated bike routes in the city, installing 77 miles of bike lanes and shared use and marked paths. And the result of that is that people biking to work grew 39% from 2009 to 2017, and counts of people bicycling at key locations around the city have increased as much as 266% between 2006 and 2017. That was on Packard Road between State Street and Hill Street. It's important to note that 72% of all crashes involving in-person biking have occurred on high-stress streets. So these protected bike lanes that we're adding are serving a purpose in our community. And I think all of us around the table believe in basic services, and one of the basic services is to make sure that they are clean and safe and accessible. And so I'm really glad to see the city taking a proactive approach and figuring out how we maintain these.
Councilor Heenan.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, Councilwoman Briggs, I want to, maybe you can forward that over to me. That's interesting what you're reading from. I'd love to see that. I assume they like Packard between State and Hill, like that's a block, but like that's where they set up to count them or something. Okay. So I guess a quick question. So the resolution speaks to once per month on major street bike lanes. What do they mean by major street bike lanes? Like Pontiac Trail, is that considered a major street bike lane? Will we see increased sweeping up here?
We're anywhere where there's a bike lane right now, meaning it's striped on the road or it's a buffered bike lane.
Okay, so that would be Pontiac Trail, Packard, like just what you think of as major streets. Okay. So that's going to increase that sweeping generally on. We have one on both sides, so both sides are going to get it. It's not center lane miles, right? It's
That's
both
correct.
sides. Okay. And then, Councilman Ramwali did mention, and it had occurred to me that as these projects are, kind of initiated and funded and wholly right now reside in the Downtown Development Authority area, I wonder why it is we're pulling from the Public Service Area Alternative Transportation Fund operations budget and not holding their hat out to the DDA. I know the DDA is hurting right now because of parking, but is there a reason why they are not allowed to split or share the cost with us somehow with that Alternative Transportation Fund? Are we must these funds come from those Act 51 and Alternative Transportation funds, or could it just as well be put forward by the DDA that they want to take some responsibility for what they've created in their area? I don't know who that sort of a general
I'll
question.
start off with it.
Thank you.
Traditionally, the DDA has not performed any maintenance on the capital they've installed. We have started discussion with the DDA about that. I don't know at this point, I don't know what legislative or mission restrictions they have on the expenditure of funds for maintenance.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that you're having that conversation because I met with Ms. Thompson last week, and we were talking about all kinds of kind of wide-ranging conversation with some downtown business owners, and that came up, and she said, well, we're only responsible for what they call this, can't remember what she said exactly, but it's basically not the sidewalk, it's this little sliver. It's like the amenities section. between the curb and, it was like this. And I thought, wow, that's really something. And yet they have radically reconfigured some of these streets to allow for safer biking, protected bike lanes and so on. And so I just wonder if, we need to, and as you move forward to future budgets and even this year's budget process, we need to make that consideration. Like we should be sharing these costs. If you can't just drop this on the city and say, hey, it's good for the city. Yes. But it doesn't mean the city should wholly pick up the bill, I guess is my point. So I'm on the fence about this. We'll see how it goes, but I understand the need for it, and I appreciate that it's not just the bikes that benefit from increased street sweeping maintenance. So that's appropriate. Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge Councilmember Ramlawi's concerns because I've gotten a couple of flat tires just based on the condition of the roads. And so it's a cycling issue when the roads are in bad condition. But I do see this as a relatively small amount of money. I was at first skeptical of this just because we are already investing a high percentage of this Act 51 money on non-authorized infrastructure like this. And I appreciate that we value it as a community, but some of the shared space, the maintenance of that shared space, road space, does have a spillover benefit to cyclists. So I'm going to vote yes on this. And I share the future hope that maybe we figure out a way to share costs in terms of infrastructure that's installed and then requires additional costs to maintain. Thanks.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I have a question, and isn't there a limit on how much that we could take from this Act 51? Is it a 5% max, or is that just our policy?
There is, I don't want to say there is no limit, but the 5% is our internal policy. There is a minimum that we have to take set by the state, and we are exceeding the minimum, but there is no max that I'm aware of.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I know that we need maintenance in our infrastructure. We just need to balance it with all the other interests and needs that we have. And with only 1.3% of our bike lanes protected, it's costing us a lot of money. And frankly, they're in great shape. It's the safest part of Ann Arbor when there's a snowstorm. It's better than the sidewalks, crosswalks, streets. It's the cleanest part of our network here this past winter. I feel, again, we need to be putting more money into our neighborhood streets. You can go down Brooks, you can go down Lutz, you can go down Arbor View. All these streets are reminiscent of third world nations. And those are traveled by bikes as well. And you're going to get a flat tire or a bent rim or fall off your bike on any one of those streets. And those streets are delayed in maintenance. We're behind our goals of 80% of good or better. And it's just taking more money away from these other parts of our infrastructure and something I don't think reaches the level that would require this action to be taken in transferring funds. So unfortunately, I can't support this.
Councilmember Briggs.
I guess I just want to stress the importance of this sort of work in terms of achieving our goals. We've set a very ambitious 2030 sustainability carbon neutrality goal. It suggests that we need to reduce our auto trips by 50% by then. What we're going to be seeing is major investments. To get there, we're going to see major investments in pedestrian, bicycling, and transit in our community in the coming years. The reality is this as we sort of add this infrastructure into our community, it is a learning curve for us. We're behind that learning curve, and so we're learning how to do it better. And the costs are probably only going to increase. We can see investments in our roads happening in the next couple of years in terms of the budget that got presented to us this evening. But we're going to need to be making investments in this infrastructure, and that's going to come at a cost. But we can see that when we look at other communities, that it has major benefits, those that have come before us. So in Portland, they started making investments many decades before us. And what they've been able to see is that in areas where instead of seeing congestion increasing and having to add more capacity, that what's happened is that bicycle mode share has increased exponentially. So according to the US Census Bureau, 6% of the workers regularly commute by bicycle in the city in 2011 compared to 1% in 1990. And that's they've got 6 big bridges that go into town. 16% of the daily traffic over those bridges is by bike. As we build this, as we maintain it, we are making investments in our future, and we will be saving ourselves money. But it is, we've got to build it, and we've got to maintain it.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I just want to speak generally to this notion since we're full on into the budget cycle. We did just have a presentation that spoke to a structural deficit, an ongoing problem with the way that we at this body have set up our priorities and our use of dollars. And so when we talk about investing in something that is, I think people will agree is, somewhat worthy investment, that's something that has no revenue function. It generates no revenue. It has other benefits, tangible, intangible, but it generates no revenue. And so we have to really think, and it's not to shoot this down that it's not necessary, but how are we gonna balance this? How are we gonna add this into this structure where we say, hey, we're going to need another 100 grand a year here, another 100 grand a year there. Pretty soon we're talking about real money when we're 4 million in the hole. And so I just urge everyone to reevaluate our priorities, take a look and see what do you think we can give up? What do we give to get? Because that's where we're at. That's what a budget is. And so, it's hard for me to say yes to 100,000 on an 8-vote budget amendment. After seeing those slides from Mr. Crawford. So, I don't know if it's going to be a flip coin or what. It'll likely pass whatever I say, but it's just, I encourage my colleagues to really seek balance in our spending. And since anything that doesn't bring revenue directly is somewhat unaccounted for, you might say. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Just a quick word on the structural budget deficit, since it's been brought up a couple of times. We have something that's going to be on the agenda later this evening that will very much help with our structural budget deficit, and that is a development in the 4th Ward. New development brings new tax dollars, and it's a big one. And so if council members are concerned about our structural budget deficit and the lack of ability to pay for things that we value in this community, like protected bike lanes and like multimodal transportation, then we can vote for new developments that will bring in those tax dollars that will allow us to fund our priorities.
Discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Song.
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
We didn't hear you, Councilmember.
Oh,
Councilmember Hayner?
was it not muted? I'm sorry. I'm having trouble with my controls here. No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Motion carries.
CA4, resolution to direct the Ann Arbor Housing Commission and its affiliated legal entities to develop 353 South Main as affordable housing. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, second by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of CA4. I'm sorry, Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if Jennifer Hall is here tonight. I don't have too many questions. I just would like to ask somewhat the time frame on this. I knew there was an introduction. There was a piece on our agenda that went through all the properties that we had you study. I thought perhaps we were going to go through those tonight one by one, but apparently that's not part of the plan. We're talking about 353 here. What is the process for engagement? There are many stakeholders in the area who are concerned about this. With all the ongoing activity on Main Street, we have the standard being built. We have water replacement on Main Street in fiscal year 23. And the loss of parking here, coupled with everything else that's going on at this time, is causing some consternation among business owners and others. What will the process be in engaging those stakeholders in this development as we go forward to make sure that those concerns are addressed and alleviated if possible?
Ms. Hall?
Councilmember Romali, we have met with a lot of the stakeholders in that area as part of our pre-community engagement process, sort of the pre-development process prior to getting here. We would plan on continuing to have those conversations and addressing concerns. I wouldn't say this is expected to be immediately developed because we're working, I'd say ahead of this is probably 350 South or 350 South 5th, as well as 121 Catherine. And this would probably be right behind those two properties as far as a timeline in the development process. It would still have to go through all the city requirements for if it needs rezoning, any kind of site plan approval. It would have all the normal requirements and the normal community engagement processes required doing a site plan approval. And people know where we are. They contact us. We will absolutely have conversations with, Main Street Area Association businesses or anyone else in that neighborhood about the timing. We're very cognizant of these various construction projects that are happening right now in the downtown, and we're concerned about them as well and how we would fit into that process. So I think that's a totally legitimate concern.
Well, I appreciate you being here and explaining that and being sensitive to those issues. There is quite a bit happening, and just want to be there just to kind of remind us to really be sensitive to those issues that those folks down there obviously have been going through a lot in a year and a half now, and will continue to be going through a lot going forward. And so I know these things take many years from where we're at now to actually being constructed. But I appreciate you again being here and explaining that. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Just wanted to take 30 seconds to just give high praise for AC3. If anyone in the community wants to see really phenomenal infographics on some of these projects, it's incredibly digestible. It's actually a quick, interesting read, and I think speaks to why we're moving forward on so many of these projects. And I also just want to point out that to my memory, at least, this was one of the first community engagement projects we've had that really got a fairly even distribution of age within the city. And I think we saw some results around the value of housing that came from getting just a range of ages, all the way from, people in their late teens and on up. So thank you for making those extra efforts to reach out not only to those who typically participate in these engagement projects, but also those who may live in the city in the future.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Approved. Ms. Hall, thank you. We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest with specificity to the subject matter of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the subject matter of the public hearing. That is to say, the item on the agenda. To speak at a public hearing, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you've connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you are connected and it is time for the public hearing, please enter *9, *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. When it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. At that time, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede to the floor. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 Unified Development Code zoning of 1.2 acres from PUD planned unit development to R4C multifamily dwelling near North rezoning 700 North Main Street. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 534. Do you have a comment?
Good evening. This is Tom Stalbert calling from Lower Town in Ann Arbor. I am one of the owners of a couple of properties that are adjacent to this development and have a little bit of history I can share. We had given an option on our properties to a prior development. So I'm a bit aware of what preceded this and where that PUD came from. Yeah, it was pretty much a Hail Mary long shot for the owner of the property trying to get out of some big losses in a tough time, and required partnering with a nonprofit and required some pretty dicey financing. And so it was not likely to happen. We did give an option to them, but we did not expect them to, that project to succeed for those reasons, financial reasons. The current project is a fine project in my opinion. I have no objections to it. It is reasonable density for the area. I am not a fan of planned project modifications. I've spoken on that before. I won't dwell on this now because we are replacing our planned project modification ordinance. I believe Planning Commission is already through with their changes, and it's a much better solution to achieve those goals, and will be coming to you hopefully fairly soon. This developer did make an attempt, and a good attempt, a successful attempt at matching pretty darn close what the new replacements for planned project modifications are. So from that standpoint, I prefer nobody use planned project modifications, but they're on the books, and they did the best job they could in meeting what Planning Commission has in mind for a replacement for that. So with that, as a neighbor of the property, I support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phone number, caller with the phone number ending in 677. Do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, it's Michelle Hughes, and I'm just calling to say that I am excited to see something happening at this site. I walk my dog around there all the time, and I'm tired of it being an empty lot. So, yeah, I'll be excited to see this happen, and I'll be excited to see what new neighbors we get out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up.
Seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, resolution to approve the Near North site plan with planned project modifications and development agreement, 700 North Main Street. Moved by, sorry. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any callers on the line for this hearing.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. We have before us the minutes, the regular session meeting minutes of April 5, 2021, moved by Member Dish, seconded by Councilmember Rumlowy. Discussion, please, of the minutes. All in favor? Opposed? Minutes are approved. B1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 Unified Development Code of 1.2 acres and PUD planned unit development to R4C multifamily dwelling near North rezoning, 700 North Main Street. Moved by Councilmember Rumlowy, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of B1. Councilmember Rumlowy.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just echo some of the statements that have been made that it is a relief and welcome news to see this part of town be re-energized and redeveloped and help bring in those new construction dollars to help offset some of our structural deficits. So definitely good development in a part of town that could use it.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Because of the way this went through the process, back and forth with the neighbors and so on, I think it's appropriate. Normally, I wouldn't be so hot on letting a PUD go by, but I think this kind of is what it is. It's not my style architecture, but it's not for me to decide. I'm glad something's going in there, and I think it was a real mistake when we let those houses be torn down. They could have been providing temporary housing and support for people in our community that don't have any housing at all. And so, it's been sitting there empty for so long, it's kind of a shame. And it speaks to the notion that we really need to have a running housing inventory in our community to refer to. And we would have really felt the hit much more in that inventory list if we would have had it at the time. Those many bedrooms that disappeared when the first project kind of fizzled on us. So, I'm glad to see this happening. I wish there was more affordability involved in it, but that's not what people are building for. That's not where the profit is, unfortunately. So we're going to see market rate, and that's great, but we shouldn't fool ourselves into thinking that somehow this is increasing affordability in our community. It's increasing housing, and that's necessary too. So I'm going to support this tonight. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? It's approved. DB1, resolution to approve Near North site plan with planned project modifications and development agreement, 700 North Main Street. Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Radina. Discussion, please, of DB1. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I just want to point out that this is a situation where planned project modifications were sort of necessary to allow the developer to get the type of building that they wanted. It hasn't always been the case, and I'm looking forward to seeing revisions to planned project modifications come back to council. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. C1, an ordinance to amend section 5.15, table 515.2, and section 5.16.6 of chapter 55 Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, accessory dwelling units. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of C1.
Mayor, we have
Yes, Mr. Crawford.
we received some comments from.
My apologies. Yes, that was a good. Thank you very much.
Tonight we have our planning manager, Brett Leonard, available to answer your questions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. A couple questions came in that I will address, and certainly happy to answer any other questions. How will accessory dwelling units under these proposed changes be regulated under our building fire code? These changes would have no change. They are and would continue to be regulated under the 2015 Michigan Residential Code. That's the same code that applies to residential structures throughout the city. And then another question, with the proposed setback requirements of only 3 feet, will ADUs, which could then possibly be less than 10 feet apart from each other, be subject to increased fire protection to those units by our fire code ordinances? That same building code does require fire-rated construction for any exterior wall of a structure that is built within 5 feet of a property line. So in those circumstances where that distance is 10 feet or less, because of that they are each in 5 feet proximity to the property line, it would require a fire rated construction method.
Thank you. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder if I could ask Mr. Leonard a follow-up on that. It's an interesting question and answer there. You said, is that any residential structure? So like would an accessory structure like a garage or something have to have that same fire rating within 5 feet of a property line? I'm not familiar with that part of our code.
Yes, that's correct. Any structure that requires a building permit, there are some small types of construction that don't require that at under 200 square feet, I believe. But any structure that would require a building permit that is constructed within 5 feet of the property line, regardless of its use, has to be constructed to a fire rated construction.
And obviously there's old houses where like in the old Fourth Ward and so on that are real close together, and those were long ago, and so this is new construction we're talking about now.
This is how we regulate construction today. So any rehabilitation or renovation of those structures today.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Dish.
So I just wanted to say that I'm very excited to see this finally coming forward for us. And I wanted to address some of the concerns that have been raised in the communications that we've received and in what we've heard. First, I want to address what we are trying to accomplish with ADUs. They can be a way of increasing the supply of rental housing in desirable residential neighborhoods that lock out lower earning workers who can't afford to purchase a home, but they could afford to rent in those neighborhoods. And now we don't have as much rental housing. This is a potential way to increase that. Growth by ADU is the opposite of sprawl. It's smart growth, because you can bring in new neighbors without having to construct new infrastructure. So that said, I don't want to overpromise, and we shouldn't exaggerate how big a change these ordinance amendments are likely to have. This is not a rezoning. It is not like a rezoning. Our ordinance already allows approximately 15,600 properties to host ADUs. Under these amendments, these existing allowed properties will have greater flexibility, and approximately 6,700 properties will become newly eligible. That's all. It's just a 1/3 increase in the numbers of properties that are eligible. Now, the total eligible properties for building ADUs is 21,000, as many people have mentioned. And given construction costs, I can tell you that you are not going to see 21,000 people rushing to construct ADUs. It's more likely to be 1 or 2% of that over the next 5 to 10 years. As to the concern that removing the owner-occupied requirement from our current ADU ordinance will give investors an even greater incentive to buy up lower end properties in Ann Arbor and add an ADU to maximize their profits, let's be clear. Investors are already making cash offers on lower cost housing. Is the prospect of being able to slap an ADU on that property likely to accelerate that? Only if that developer has another wad of cash to build that ADU, because banks do not finance them. ADUs are a poor return on investment. A caller earlier this evening mentioned that. They are not like a kitchen or a bathroom renovation where you increase the value of your property by almost as much as you put in. You're lucky if you see as much as half the value as you lay out as an increase to your property value. So the financial incentives just aren't there to make this a big, real estate gambling opportunity. So I hope that we can all not exaggerate either the benefits or the disadvantages of this ordinance amendment and pass it because it's a best practice.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I have a question on, I had a constituent reach out to me about prohibition of music studios in these ADUs. Will they be allowed small recording studios in these ADUs? And then I got another motion to make.
Yeah, I think your constituent is conflating two proposed ordinance amendments that are being considered right now. The Planning Commission is also looking at some proposed home occupation regulations, and that is under continuing consideration. Received several notes regarding that, recording studios being one of those. The accessory dwelling unit doesn't have any correlation to home occupation specifically.
Thank you for being here to clear that up. I am not here to exaggerate the concerns that many in our community have over these proposed changes. These are real concerns. These are concerns that we see in other areas. We've seen our neighboring communities, Chelsea and Dexter, recently adopt new ordinances to bring in more housing stock. And both of these communities require owner occupancy of at least one of those units on that property. I do feel that the intensity on the lower end homes will only increase with cash offers and investors with tens of millions of dollars coming from coasts, coming from out of country for that matter. We're not talking about small time investors, we're talking big time bucks. And that being said, I'd like to put forward a motion to amend this, if it's parliamentary appropriate, to put in an amendment to require at least one of these dwellings to be owner occupied. I had sent it to Ms. Beaudry earlier tonight. I had gotten it late today, so I apologize if it's not complete. But I did not want to have to slow this down and revert to first reading if this was to pass tonight without this change made, if it's possible, if the body does find it acceptable.
So it has been delivered, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of the amendment. I guess Councilmember Ramlawi, you have the floor on the amendment.
I appreciate that. Yeah, again, we're seeing these changes occur nearby, and both of those communities have put in those requirements. We do welcome, we want more people here who can afford to be here, but as was said earlier, these are not affordable. These are not going to be affordable housing. These will be expensive to build, and people who build them are not looking for a return on their profit if they're owner occupied. If not, then I fear the worst. That being said, it is pretty straightforward, and Kevin McDonald helped me put this together here late today, and hopefully he's here to answer any questions that I can't or that come up. Thanks.
Councilmember Hayner on the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's completely appropriate to reconsider the notion that an accessory dwelling unit, which is typically considered an accessory to an existing structure, not an accessory to a parcel or lot, would have owner occupancy. And the removing of the owner occupancy is one of the concerns that people have had, not because renters make bad neighbors, but because rent speculation hasn't really been shown to drive down affordability, drive down prices, rents here in the city. And so I think it's perfectly appropriate that we do this. I'm not completely clear on what role the deed restriction would play on this. I'm not completely familiar with the limits on deed restrictions and so on, but I think it's appropriate that we put back in some kind of owner occupancy. Otherwise, we're essentially opening up 21,000 parcels in the city, especially with the restriction or with the removal of the lot area requirements. to construction of small rental properties. And I've got nothing wrong with tiny houses or so on, but is it the type of thing that people expect when we're talking about ADUs? Do we, are we hiding intentions underneath the banner of an ADU? And so I think it's perfectly appropriate to have owner occupancy requirements or restrictions follow these. And so I'll support this.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. When Councilmember Dish and Briggs and I were meeting with staff to talk about these changes coming forward that then went on to Planning Commission, we had a really great discussion about what problem we were trying to solve. And this was the, kind of juiciest part of that discussion. And what I do know is that we have made ADUs incredibly restrictive and no one's building them. And if we look to communities, and nothing against Dexter and Chelsea, but these aren't really the peer communities that I'm looking to in terms of ordinance for ADUs. That's great that they're wanting to get started with that. But when we look to other peer communities and their experiences and see that at the most, in the best case scenario, we're probably looking at 1% to 2%. The idea of this is to try to build housing. So if it's an additional rental unit adjacent to another rental unit, fine. If it's a rental unit adjacent to an owner-occupied home, also fine. These changes require us to think differently and change. I understand can be difficult for some people, but I won't be supporting this amendment. I think we need to recognize that we were way too restrictive last time. That resulted in no one building any ADUs. And I think our community wants to see these built. So let's give this a try. If it becomes a problem, we can always change it again.
Councilmember Griswold.
I support the concept of ADUs. I support more housing, more affordable housing. However, listening to my constituents, I also support a phased implementation. Rather than take a giant step forward and then a step backwards, I would rather take a medium step forward, reassess, and then take another medium step forward. And that is what I am hearing from my constituents in the second ward. So I will be supporting this resolution. And at some future time, I would be supportive of the lifting the owner occupancy requirement, but not tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Song.
I've been leaning on a lot of the AARP's work on ADUs, and one of the a lot of the reports actually point to owner occupancy requirements making financing difficult, just as it would for single family homes. And enforcing owner occupancy laws can be tricky. It's been challenged in the courts. In Oregon, more than 2/3 of the properties with ADUs are owner occupied, even without an owner occupancy mandate. I hear a demand for this. I hear a demand for folks who are trying to find housing for their senior parents who are on wait lists to have them close to home during a pandemic. I hear a demand for this during a childcare crisis where adult children it would be great if adult children could bring children close to grandparents. I hear a demand for this for adult children who are graduating and struggling to find jobs and need a space to be home. So I would look forward to ADUs being built. I don't see the owner occupancy requirement being really helpful, given that we're in a housing crisis.
Councilmember Nelson.
I just wanted to comment that just vaguely saying that some people don't like change is not a really substantive remark on the nuance that we're actually debating. So I want to echo some of what Councilmember Griswold pointed out in terms of how you make a big step forward and in the difference between making a large step versus a medium step. So I guess the reduction in the lot size is meaningful to me if you actually look at what Ann Arbor looks like. Some of the smaller lots, a lot of the smaller lots that we're probably opening up for building of ADUs are the lots that are closer to the center of the city, which is probably where you want ADUs to be going anyway. And so I am going to support Councilmember Malawi's amendment. I was going to propose it myself if he didn't already, just because we don't actually know what a meaningful change that will be in terms of promoting more ADUs. As a first step, I think there is quite a cluster of amendments in this proposal. The setbacks that are shockingly small to some people, the reduction in lot size minimums, that's a huge change. That's a huge change. And like I said, I think if you look at the city, the smaller lot sizes tend to be closer to the center of the city. And it is very likely, I would guess, to incentivize building ADUs in these properties that are already higher value for being that much closer to downtown. So I support Councilmember Malawi's amendment, and I appreciate him putting it forward because I think it's just a measured approach. Thank you.
Councilmember Malawi.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I have been serving on the Affordable Housing Equity Leadership Task Force for the last several years, and we've been meeting recently again after a pause. And we're tackling this issue, housing issue, as a regional approach. We're not tackling it just as an Ann Arbor thing. We're finding out what they're doing in Ypsi, with Superior Township, Chelsea, Dexter. Granted, those are not our peer communities, but we need to tackle this housing issue regionally. We're not going to tackle it with cities in Oregon right now. We are taking a lot of big steps here. We're reducing the lot size, the parking requirements, the pre-existing structure that it had to be constructed before 2016, setbacks. We're taking away a lot of hurdles and things that maybe have kept people from building them. But this owner occupancy will help protect the homes on the lower end of the pricing spectrum. And we can revisit that if we feel that these other changes have not moved the needle far enough. But I think we need to be very careful and do this in a measured, responsible way, so we don't put even more pressure on those big lot sizes that have a 900 square foot home, but they come with a third of an acre. Those people are going to be the first ones that feel the effects of this policy if it goes forward without the protections of owner occupancy with the ADU. We are going to unleash the value that's trapped in that land. And where is that land the most affordable for these folks? It's in areas of our town where the home prices are around $300,000 or $400,000. No one's going to be buying an $900,000 house for speculative investment purposes in ADUs. And again, if we just get to 1%, which I think is our goal, we're only talking about 200 ADUs in our whole city.
Councilmember, thank you. Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, and I hope you can hear me throughout. I'm having some stability connections tonight, or connection issues tonight. This was one of the issues that I studied a lot as I was considering this as well, because I think this was one of the things that I've heard about and I've heard people share concerns about. But I really do want to go back to something that Councilmember Grand said, which is what ultimately kind of grounded me in my thinking on this is, what is our goal here? And our goal is really to make sure that we are addressing the problem of a lack of housing in this community. If our goal is to increase our housing supply, I guess I'm struggling, I guess, to hear what the concern is around, if we take this step too quickly, are we worried that we're going to have too much extra housing? My concern here is that we're looking past some of the real goals and the real crises here in the city that need to be addressed. And I also, I guess, would refer back to something Councilmember Song has also said. I too have looked to the AARP a lot on this because they have a lot of information out there and are big advocates for this because it impacts the community that they represent so much. And that is to say that even in places where there isn't an owner occupancy requirement, the vast majority of these ADUs are still being built by people who own their homes. And so I'm not really interested at this stage in leaving another hurdle in place to getting this process started. And I look forward to more housing here in our community. Whether those new neighbors happen to be homeowners or happen to be renters is not necessarily super concerning to me.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to acknowledge that this is also kind of the area that I've struggled with, the provision I've struggled with the most, and continue to try to do reading on it. I'm glad that folks are asking questions and raising these points. I think this is a really good policy debate for us to be having. I think we have a tension around kind of this policy question of, is our goal to increase rental housing supply, or is it to be making home ownership in Ann Arbor more affordable? And that's sort of the tension that we're what we're debating to some degree in terms of what will be the impact of this provision. For me, I haven't yet seen anybody present data. I've seen a lot of speculation that it's going to unleash the value and it's going to cause a lot of problems, but I haven't seen any data come in on this, and I've been looking around for it. I'm happy if there is more information on this point around this making really skyrocketing housing in other communities that have allowed for this provision. I welcome seeing that data, and I would take that into consideration. But I think what we do know is that this will modestly increase our housing supply in our community, and that is a real goal for our community. And so that seems like a very beneficial piece for me in terms of why we should be releasing that, removing that provision. And as everybody's pointing to the ARP sort of piece of this, obviously that's a group really concerned about issues like this. This isn't a red flag that they've been raising in their publication. And it's one that I might think that would be pointed out in that. And then finally, I think there's kind of buried under this, there's almost an unstated, I'm not accusing anybody at this virtual table of suggesting this at all, but this feeling that if there's a home next to you that is owner occupied and they add on an ADU, that's okay. But if it's a rental property and there's an ADU added onto that's less seemly somehow. And from my perspective, I don't really care if the person next to me is renting or owning. Many times I'm aware, but in the past I haven't always been so aware. So just my thoughts on the matter, and glad we're discussing this issue.
Councilmember Griswold.
Our goal is increasing the housing supply, but we have to realize that we were elected to serve our constituents as well. And so I think we need to listen to our constituents. Later, we're going to discuss DC 6, and I want to point out that this discussion tonight has had all kinds of hidden messages, discounting people, accusing people of other motives, and I hope that we can have some training so that our mayor can bring us together on an issue rather than bringing out the worst in us. So this has just been a bizarre conversation when you talk about effective problem solving. There are so many opportunities for improvement, and I look forward to some of those. Thank you.
Councilmember Dish.
Just to throw in a little bit of data into our, I think, really substantive deliberation on some hard questions that rightfully place us on different positions. It's interesting to look at who ADUs serve, and it's difficult to do this. There isn't a lot of research on this because most cities just don't have very many ADUs, but Vancouver, British Columbia has the highest percentage of ADUs as a proportion of its housing stock. And in Vancouver, 1/3 of ADU occupants had incomes between 1/2 and 2/3 of the median household income for that city. So ADUs are enabling people who cannot afford to buy a house in a desirable residential neighborhood to rent a small house in that desirable residential neighborhood and benefit from its amenities, including possibly proximity to jobs. So just a little, and again, that is from the AARP report that folks are citing. And I want to underscore that Seattle, Portland, and Sacramento do not have owner occupancy requirements. They removed them in order to encourage more construction of ADUs. And that is, according to the AARP, a best practice. It's part of their model ordinance.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Song.
Excuse me, we're voting on the amendment, correct?
My apologies. Thank you very much. Further discussion of the amendment, voting on the amendment. That's to say the amendment to remove, or rather to reinsert an owner occupied requirement.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Radina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to speak generally to this now, and we'll just move on here. I just want to address a couple of things that were said. In the notion of this being a best practice. Well, we have a situation here that affects 21,000 households in our city. A best practice that could create a situation that is essentially, but even in some ways, for a tree canopy as an example, worse than a duplex situation, that is going to be a by right situation. And so we have an ordinance revision that is creating a by right situation that's going to allow 2 buildings potentially on a parcel where potentially 1 building stood before on over 21,000 lots. Well, we can argue the merits of that if we want, but a best practice would be to know that our community wants to see these built through having this not come from ordinance revision, but come from a comprehensive land use or master planning process, revisiting that, because effectively it isn't a rezoning, but effectively it is very much like a rezoning. I can't imagine why we would be moving forward with something that affects 21,000 parcels and not consider that it is a masterful or a large scale consideration for the city, and that should happen through an ordinance revision and not a comprehensive land use review. And I know Mr. Delacorte, I see him there. I'm not going to make him answer a question or ask him to answer a question, but I appreciate that he's put $100,000 into the, as a placeholder in the budget. And I also thank Mr. Crawford for putting the $700,000 in fiscal year 23, which I asked for this comprehensive land use review. But that will be a moot point if we effectively create a situation where by right single lots, parcels that only have a current 1 structure, 1 home, 1 family on them, are effectively allowed by right to have 2. And so it is effectively doing away with single family zoning. The name remains, but the structures may or may not. And so I guess my big concern with this is a process concern. I've always felt that accessory dwelling unit, an accessory is something that is attached to your object. A bracelet is an accessory you wear on your wrist. An accessory dwelling unit has traditionally been attached to the existing structure, and we are way away from that. And so I just, it'll go to a public hearing at the next next week if it passes here, or next meeting if it passes here, and that's fine. I think it will be good to hear from the public on all considerations around this issue. And you know, the thing about residential lenders and people not having piles of cash, well, cash buyers have piles of cash, and residential lenders loan for an ADU just as surely as they would loan for an addition to a house or adding a garage. So I reject the notion that money isn't liquid around building, especially in a hot real estate market like Ann Arbor. And you face it, that's what we're looking at here. We are opening up a hot real estate market, and you know, for good or ill. So I just want to put that out there, that we really need to have a holistic look at what we're doing here, because we're creating by right situations. It's difficult to back away from those. Thank you.
Councilmember Song.
So as I understand it, we've been working on, well, not we, but the city has had this on the books since 2016. There's been community engagement. You know, if we're going to talk about our sustainability and affordability goals and having folks be able to live closer to where they work, where they go to school, where children go to school, in a situation where Ann Arbor has schools of choice, where our colleagues already are in the city, it seems reasonable to add us this option, especially as the city becomes increasingly less diverse economically and racially. So I'd like to see what the prospects would like to, you know, what neighbors we would be able to welcome by relaxing these rules. And I think that we also can look a little bit ahead and see what the process might look like with pre-approved site plans and designs. We'll be able to not only just expand our housing options, but I think welcome some really creative solutions, and not have the cookie cutter looks that we see in you know, the developments that are popping up now. So I often I hear folks who are really struggling to find housing for elderly parents who are on wait lists, multi-year wait lists, and they're so expensive. It's more cost effective to be able to house a senior, and especially for minority ethnic communities where you have multi-generational households anyways. I can tell you firsthand, this is something that people personally would welcome in a city like Ann Arbor. Thanks.
Councilmember Amlani.
Thank you. Disappointed that prior motion failed. Again, we're not going to see thousands of these be developed and all of a sudden hundreds more available units overnight. This process has been talked about already. I feel with the effects that it possibly has on the 6,500 lots. I know there's many other lots that are currently eligible, but this opens up the possibility of the other 6,500 without going through the master plan process, without going through a notification of notifying everybody who's going to be affected by it. You know, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the lower end segment of the market. That's where investors are going to look first. It's going to put pressure on the working class, the poor working class. I saw this same promise being made 20 years ago with D1, D2, and how when we were going to uncap the height restrictions in downtown, it was going to usher in a whole lot of affordability and diversity and homes, and everything was going to be great after 20 years of it. Well, as I look out my window now, I don't see any of that. I see a downtown that's expensive. It's got a lot of vacancies now. It's homogeneous. It doesn't have a whole lot of mix to it. You see it right now with the pandemic. You know, it's a one pony trick down here. And I see the same thing with this. We're just going to uncap the potential that's locked into these these larger land lots. Investors are going to come and scoop them up, and fewer people will be in home ownership.
Councilmember Griswold.
At what point in the process was the owner occupancy requirement dropped? is a question for staff.
I don't know specifically. Somewhere probably through discussions through the Ordinance Revisions Committee meeting and of course the Planning Commission through early 2021. I would
Okay,
guess.
wasn't it after all of the community engagement sessions
No, it
No.
was included at that time.
as an option?
Yep.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
I plan to support this because it's just first reading, and frankly, I really look forward to the public hearing, but I just can't help commenting that listening to this discussion has been really interesting because it feels like there's this ping pong ball bouncing back and forth depending on what concern is being raised. Either they are so expensive and not cost effective that they are not going to be built, or they're so cost effective that it's going to be a wonderful thing for housing supply. And we don't need owner occupancy, but you know why we need them is to house elderly relatives that need family nearby. So, like I said, I'm going to support this at first reading, but because I really look forward to the public hearing on this topic. But I would encourage all of us to think about logical consistency and how we're reasoning these things out. I appreciate that this is aimed at a goal, and we have a lot of our discussion has been aimed at, what do we think the likely consequence is going to be? And so, like I said, I would just urge us to try to think about like the opposite thing that was just said 5 minutes before. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
That was a good observation, Councilmember Nelson. I guess just one final thought in terms of, I guess, the most recent point that Councilmember Romanelli raised, just in terms of, if you're right, your kind of concern around this is that that we are going to lose homes that are owner occupied, more homes that are owner occupied into our community, and we have more rental property in our community, but more rental property that has additional kind of smaller, more diversity of housing within that site. Is that a bad outcome for our community? For me, because I hadn't really thought, I was just kind of thinking through this in this conversation. For me, I don't know that it is. It isn't, I should say. If in the end what we end up seeing is that we have more rental property in our community and more folks that can live closer to work and where they're going to school and all that, that's a good thing in my book. I understand the idea of the benefits of homeownership, but I ultimately, anyway.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Song.
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson, yes. Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Romlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
motion carries.
9:48, let's take a short break and meet back in 10 minutes, 10:58. We are here after a short break. My apologies for not having the agenda ready. Where are we? B1, ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 9.8 acres from TWP Township R1C Single Family and R1A Single Family to R4E with conditions, multifamily dwelling district with conditions, Valhalla and Arbor, conditional rezoning. 3150577797998107145147155155159163 Valhalla Drive and 2065 and 2099 South Main Street. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, second by Councilmember Gish. Discussion, please, of C2. Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see, there he is. I see Mr. Leonard may or may not be with us here. So I had a quick question for you, Mr. Leonard, if I may. This is a conditional zoning before us here. And as you're well aware, we received correspondence from various neighbor groups, university, and so on, who had various concerns over the conditions that are associated with this. And it's because we're speaking to the rezoning, I think this is the appropriate time to ask this. So is what, and I also point out to the public that attached to the agenda are those letters from the university and so on. What is the situation here where we have something conditional, and is it like when we, is it like a legal framework where it's like an agreement, like is it something we pass down as a council, like they ask for these conditions, we allow it even if not everyone agrees with it? How do we enforce the conditions of a conditional zoning? And I think you get where I'm going with this. Like if the university says, hey, we agreed to these conditions and it's not clear to us that they're going to be met, then what recourse would they have in the future? And is it a situation where we should just say, hey, everybody step away for 2 weeks and work your conditions out and come to an agreement that you feel that these conditions will be met and will be honored, and then we can move on with this project? I know that was a long question. I appreciate your tolerance of that question.
So the conditional zoning is a legal framework. It's provided in state law that a petitioner can initiate voluntarily additional restrictions pertinent to a rezoning. So in this case, the petitioner is requesting a rezoning, but they are voluntarily applying additional conditions to that zoning as an offer to the city. They have to, under this legal framework, they have to voluntarily provide that. You will note the conditions reflected are not without dialogue with the city. For example, since an earlier draft of those, they have, for example, made a more clear commitment to the project being fully electrified. An earlier version, for example, made a commitment to EV parking, which has now been removed as that is now required under our ordinance. So that's not really an additional restriction. Upon the city's acceptance of those conditions as part of the rezoning, they become part of the zoning of the property. As far as enforceability, that is why it's important for the city to consider those and consider what's there, because by putting them in the conditional zoning statement, they are required for not only this particular site plan, for example, but should any other site plan in the future be proposed under the zoning, those same conditions are going to apply because they are memorialized in the base zoning for the district. So from an enforceability, it would be very similar to any other zoning enforcement. They, as you'll see in a month, approximately, they have also presented a site plan that is consistent with our site plan review standards.
Thank you. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. This has been quite a topic of conversation in the Fourth Ward, and I have been learning about this project since 2019, at least. The details of it are really tricky. My biggest concerns, having lived in this vicinity for since I've lived in Ann Arbor, is the fact that it's not going to line up with a traffic signal. And it's legitimately true that this parcel is wildly underused. It's bizarre that we have 9.8 acres that had like 6 houses on it, as close to downtown as this is. But without being able to line up to a traffic signal, I am inclined to look to the initial recommendations of planning staff to put 84 units there. And 84 units would be a significant jump, a significantly helpful jump in making better use of this property. And we're talking about 454 units. This is just a bridge too far. And I was quite astonished to see the response from the University of Michigan, because I know that everybody at this virtual table is aware of what excellent responsive communication we have with our liaison, Michael Rain. And in conversation with him, I did not see this coming at all. It is noteworthy that we are hearing from the university. It is remarkable that they are poking their nose in. Like I said, I did not expect this. As much as the residents were begging the university to publicly make known their reservations, I did not expect it to happen. I am not going to support this, not because I don't support density on that lot. I do, but 454 units is not a reasonable plan for that particular parcel. Anyone who lives in the neighborhoods just across the way from South Main, anybody who has seen what is going on in that area of town, the growth that is in the near future, it's just not sensible for that many units to be crammed in there. And so I appreciate arguments around revenue, but if everything is about getting tax revenue, then that would justify just about any development, in the same way that previous arguments around a handful of affordable units could justify any development. And so I'm really glad that we don't have to feel desperate about the handful, the 15 units on this development, because we have created a pipeline for funding, and we do have serious plans for intentional affordable housing in locations that are centrally located. So I certainly hope not to see this framed as primarily an issue of creating affordable housing, because it is clearly not that. But in the interests of Ward 4 residents, who I think would be impacted in a very negative way by 454 units on that particular location, I do not plan to support this even at first reading. Thank you.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate those concerns that were raised by the Ward 4th rep pertaining to this property. As we know, they've met with all of us except for one, I believe. They've been very organized and very good with communicating their concerns to council, and have been for quite some time. I just am very perplexed as to the reversal by staff between June of 2020 and July of 2020, and just the 31 days between the two reports that are attached to this. We have one that staff recommends denial because it's not consistent with the master plan use, and does not demonstrate how it would be advantageous to the city. What happened in those 31 days for planning staff to do a 180 on this in just 31 days between the first denial and then the subsequent report? And then I have another question.
Good evening, Council. I can speak to that. Matt Kowalski here, City Planner. So really, the difference between those two reports, staff, as you know, made an initial recommendation based on the information that was submitted to us at that time before it went to Planning Commission and with the reviews. Staff did not actually update that recommendation as it went forward. There was new information that was continually presented because as a result of the deliberations through both Planning Commission and some continuous deliberations with staff as well, and discussions, the petitioner had revised their project and increased certain aspects of that project. I believe they had increased a couple of the affordable units. They increased some solar allotment as well as other items. And Planning Commission had expressed the interest at the first meeting regarding the full electrification of the project. So there were numerous items that were updated between that first meeting and that second as a result of some commission discussion.
I understand there were some changes made around the edges, but it doesn't really seem like it really fulfilled the initial concern, which was it didn't it didn't fall in with the master land use. I move on from that, just a couple issues here. One is the concerns of the University of Michigan that have been brought forward, where they have threatened litigation because of their issues seem unresolved or resolved to an unsatisfactory level. That has us concerned. They are a community partner. I think we should be very sensitive to their issues, whether we play golf or not. I think we have a very big interest in maintaining that good relationship with our partner. And then I have a question I'll use on my second time to talk. But my point is here, I'd like to make a motion to delay this for at least 2 weeks so we can address some of these unresolved issues.
Is there a second to that motion to postpone? Second by Councilmember Goodall. Discussion of the postponement.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I feel that it would be prudent and responsible for us to just take a step back and look at the issues that were raised by the neighboring property owner, this being the University of Michigan, and making sure that we have a more comfortable arrangement and satisfactory answers to their concerns before we move forward with this development. There are a lot of issues, and that just being one.
On the postponement, Councilmember Dish.
Does staff have any clarification on the issues raised by the University of Michigan? I was frankly very surprised to see the letter from them because I had spoken with the developer who had reached out to me to brief me on the project, knowing that I was new to planning. And the developer mentioned the problem of the nets and said, we don't think there's any angle, that there can be a trajectory that would interfere between the golf course and this project. The drainage seems to be an improvement with this project here, and the fence is something that the developer already agreed to install. So,
Mr. Leonard, Mr. Kowalski.
I can. I'll just jump in really quickly, and then Matt, if Matt, you want to add anything else. We did at the university's request, we had set up a meeting with the petitioner and the university to talk about the project. As evidenced by the letter, I don't think that all of those concerns were addressed to the university's perspective. However, I think Councilmember Dish is accurate. The development as conceived meets all of the same development standards that we would apply to any project neighboring any property, and in fact do. I think that that is what led us to the circumstance of the letter, and I think the response that was provided by the petitioners to the university is also included in your packet as well.
Councilmember Griswold.
Speaking to the postponement, I think it's extremely important that we work with the University of Michigan. We know that the University of Michigan has deep pockets. They have a tendency to buy up property, and I would hate to see that happen here as opposed to getting some housing. If I look at the two goals of additional housing and also our Vision Zero goals, which are articulated in our transportation plan that we spent $500,000 on. During this postponement period, I would like more information on traffic flow and what's the collateral damage. If we're going to get X number of additional houses and we've got an extremely irregular road geometry, what does staff expect the crash rate to be based on other areas? I mean, this is not standard road geometry at all, and we're doing this across from a high school. So I'd really like to see owner-occupied units, being that we could sell them rather than rental. And we addressed this issue of an increased risk of crashes very near a high school. Thank you.
Councilmember Iyer on the postponement.
Did we want to get an answer on the crash data first?
I'm sorry, I did not interpret that as a. Thank you very much. Mr. Leonard, Mr. Kowalski, is there an answer to Councilman Griswold? Do you want to repose?
Yeah, in short, that would be better directed to our transportation engineer as part of the site plan. However, I will say that the site plan for this project a traffic study was conducted. You'll note from the agenda questions this evening that there are proposed changes required as part of this development to minimize some of the safety concerns of that traffic study in the adjacent right-of-way.
Okay, and I was speaking to the postponement, with the postponement allowing time for more clarification regarding the road geometry. Thank you.
I forget who that was. Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Yeah, I was really disappointed to see that letter from the university. I think that, you know, I too had a conversation with Michael Rain months ago, and we discussed all of those concerns, and it very much seemed, and it has been confirmed tonight, that those concerns have been addressed. I mean, the concern about you know, wanting the developer to put up a fence in particular, I really took issue with, because frankly, if I, you know, want people to stay off of my property for any reason, it's my responsibility to put up a fence. And I thought it was really out of bounds for the university to be asking the developer to do that, but they did. And so it really seems like they've gone above and beyond to address the university's concerns. I think, you know, we're talking about a golf course here versus housing to address the housing shortage that we have in this city. So, you know, if I had my druthers, I might put housing on the golf course too, but I don't have a say in that. So instead, I will just vote to not postpone this and move on with it tonight.
Councilmember Song.
I mean, it would be nice if the university could help bring housing to an affordable level for their staff and employees, but maybe that's the discussion that will be had at this meeting. So my question for staff is how dissimilar is this project from, say, North Oaks, which brought 470 units out here on the northeast side? I mean, and that also required the new Devon Nixon roundabout. So we've done this before, large projects. Are there similarities or differences that you can think of or that you can share with us?
So generally, the number of units is probably comparable, but based on some of the geography and the type of units, I think you're probably looking at different trip patterns based on this. This location's proximity to commercial uses and to campus and to job centers would probably result in a little bit different mode share of the total trips. But I think your point is relevant that, you know, a certain number of units result in a certain number of trips. Furthermore, however, apartments are calculated at a different rate versus through national data that we utilize versus detached product or even townhome product, I believe. And as far as the roundabouts at Nixon versus what's being proposed here, I do think that the sort of current carrying capacity of those roads are different. This is based on our study and analysis of this one. There is some work to be done that would be necessary in order to make sure this development operates at a safe level. I don't think the same concerns exist for impact to the existing intersections that are going to serve the traffic that they already are, and any impact or addition of this traffic to those. If council has more specific questions, so we can certainly address those on the as the site plan comes to make sure you get any information that you desire.
Right, so we do have processes to work with the developer, with developers with large projects like this. To,
Yes,
to figure out
yeah.
traffic, to figure out impact on neighboring with neighbors and having that outreach.
Yeah, that is the nature of the traffic study. We project how this project, if realized, is going to function in the context of our transportation system. And so it considers that impact both on the very localized, its intersection with the transportation network, but also how it affects the larger transportation network.
Okay, also that's my most favorite roundabout in town. I will tell you that. Nixon and Duvaron, the best. All right, thank you.
Councilmember O'Malley.
Thank you. I will just say that the letter that we received from the University of Michigan was dated April 16th, just 3 days ago. I have not had the opportunity to speak with the representatives from the University of Michigan to find out if their concerns have been resolved to an acceptable level. I think we need to do our due diligence here. I think we need to be patient and do this very thoughtfully and methodically and carefully. I know we're eager to add more housing and achieve our sustainability goals, but I think we need to be respectful of all the interested parties as we go into getting to those points. I have not had the opportunity to speak to the University of Michigan regarding their concerns. And frankly, the netting is probably the least concerning. It's the other issues that deal with the basin spillway and the retaining walls, sanitary sewers. It's in the letter, it's dated, and it's only been a few days. And I personally haven't had the opportunity to talk with them and find out what can be done to mitigate their concerns. And I think it's extremely important that we're sensitive to all the other people that we have within our city. I think we can't just rush like a bull in a china store to get to our goals. I think we need to be careful and considerate.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. Yeah, I will echo surprise at seeing this letter. I do feel like I'd like to see some more information on the detention basin spillway, but regardless of the answers, those are they're not raising concerns for me regarding the basic question of rezoning to R4E. I think this is an appropriate site for us to be considering increased density of this nature, given the other benefits that are going to come along with the project. There's a lot to support the increased density there. We very rarely, in fact, I don't think anywhere in the city have we seen increased density come in that has so many supported services nearby that would enable folks to live a car-free or car-light lifestyle. Folks can literally walk to a grocery store. They can ride on a bus line. They are close to downtown. For those that do have a car and they're relatively close to the highway there, they're close to shopping. This really supports. There's this high school there that folks get the school close proximity that they can that folks can walk to. Kids can walk to easily. This is exactly the type of site that we should want to see increased density in our community. And I also talked to residents in the area and understand their concerns with the project. And some of them were surrounding issues of, what might this mean for other sites? Those questions have been answered, and that this is not necessarily laying the groundwork for the entire area to move to R4E. There are different considerations for each site. In terms of traffic, this has been given extensive consideration. We have traffic engineers who review these projects and tell us whether things are safe or not for a reason, because none of us around this table are experts, and that's what we rely on them for. So I'm comfortable with the R4E rezoning.
Councilmember Keener.
I suppose, and we're still speaking to the potential
Postponement.
postponement, I understand.
Thank you.
So I suppose if I'm going to support this because the questions I need to have answered aren't necessarily going to be answered tonight. What is the plan for sidewalks on the east side of Main Street? Is the university going to come in and put sidewalks all the way to Stadium? Just because this thing's plopped down in there all of a sudden? My understanding that this is another right-in, right-out situation, which has been the consideration in that has been that's sort of been the my brief experience here on council. Right in, right out means that there's too much traffic for the site, and that's the only solution. And so I'm concerned about that. I don't know how that's going to get resolved. So just to sum it up, because we'll see how it goes, but I'm going to support this until I have that and another handful of questions answered, because it's just not adding up here for me, especially when I look at the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Councilmember Radina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have a couple of questions for planning staff. Since much of the argument in support of postponement is around kind of the University of Michigan's concerns that have been raised, but I've also heard at this table that many of those concerns have already been addressed. I'm more concerned. I am more interested in hearing from planning staff that those concerns have been considered and addressed in some capacity than I am in hearing about it from the university potentially. But I wonder, to the extent that I assume you have both seen the letter, are there major concerns in that have not been considered or addressed yet, that a postponement could potentially add more information or shed some light on?
Good evening. I can add a little bit to that. So many of the issues, of course, we did review the letter, we looked through it. And so the plan, speaking to one particular issue regarding, say, stormwater and the issues regarding the basin and outflow there, this plan was reviewed under the jurisdiction of the County Water Resources Commissioner. So they did the review and approval of that plan. We can certainly follow up with them and, after tonight, but assuming they did issue their preliminary approval of the plan. So by that, I'm assuming that their concerns are addressed and it meets their codes. Similar to regarding, we've also looked into issues, the fencing, again, is not necessarily a code type of issue. There was some fencing that was added to the plan. So again, there's no code that requires it either way. So that would be consistent. And again, similar to some of the concerns they did mention regarding the lift stations for both sanitary and a storm. Those, again, there's questions around those, but those have been reviewed by our staff and they feel confident going forward with that analysis. So I'm not sure, we will certainly follow up on the questions, but I'm not sure additional what information staff could add to those questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hearing that, oh, sorry, Brett, do you have something else to add? I'm happy to cede the floor.
Sorry, I didn't mean to remember, but I just wanted to follow up there a question about sidewalk connectivity. As part of the east side of the sidewalk, the proposed project would be extending sidewalks from the frontage of its site, of course, to the south. And then the city has identified a capital improvement project for Main Street from Ann Arbor Saline to Stadium. That is currently scheduled for 2024 and 25. And I know part of that is figuring out ways to improve the non-motorized aspect on the east side. So I just wanted to provide that.
Thanks. And I'll just conclude by saying, hearing Matt's answer, I don't think that I will be supporting postponement here. I think, it sounds like our staff has been aware of these issues and have been working on them and have answers that meet our standards. And unfortunately, I don't think that we can always expect that the university is going to be 100% happy with everything that we do, but I don't think that should be our standard for moving forward. So I will not be supporting postponement. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion of the postponement? I'm going to be voting against the postponement. We do have an opportunity for second reading if this passes in order to get more information as questions answered. I'll also observe that although the university does raise concerns, they are not taking a formal position one way or the other on the project. Further discussion of the postponement? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Song.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Medina,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Iyer,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
No.
Councilmember Unlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? Councilmember Hayner.
Sorry about that. I'm having a heck of a time with the mute here. I just like to read something, and I want to make sure that I'm reading from the latest and greatest version because there was a lot of materials attached to this. Staff recommendation. Staff recommends that the R4E conditional zone district be denied because it is not consistent with the master plan land use element and does not demonstrate how it would be advantageous to the city. Staff recommends that the Valhalla Ann Arbor development site plan also be denied because the development is not consistent with the same things and does not adequately address other elements of the master plan, including sustainability and affordable housing. Now, I know that that change has been made to say all electrification, so I would presume that we would strike that sustainability notion. So am I reading the latest and greatest version? Does staff still feel that R4E conditional is not consistent and has not properly demonstrated how it's advantageous to the city, or am I missing something here?
I can address that. So this is sort of referential to the previous question that City Planner Kowalski referenced. To be clear, staff made a recommendation on this to the Planning Commission. That's our responsibility. Our recommendation you just reflected in the staff report. Once we presented that recommendation, Planning Commission started that dialogue with the petitioner. We did not then go and validate whether we did not change our recommendation. At that point, the Planning Commission has taken over their role, which is the advising body to the City Council. So what you have here is a project that the Planning Commission disagreed with staff's recommendation. They did find that the proposed rezoning with conditions does satisfactorily meet the city's master plan goals around sustainability and affordability and other provision of housing goals. And so that's the recommendation that is being presented to you. We are, as staff, we start and we present our recommendations, but once that dialogue, similarly as you are taking this, we are not going to insert ourselves at this point. The recommendation or at this point the decision is in your hands at City Council. So we did the same thing. We proffered our recommendation to Planning Commission once they took over deliberation and consideration of it. That's why you see that reflected in the staff report. Planning Commission did not agree with the staff recommendation in that regard.
Okay, I think that we know that on the other side of the street here that there have been 3 large parcels aggregated, and as soon as this is R4E, they're going to come in and say we get R4E too. And I know there's this notion that doing it one place doesn't do another, but doing it one place is essentially a spot zoning, which we've been warned against, and that's what we're creating here, and we are creating.
Remember, I think this was your second go around.
So I don't support this.
Councilmember Griswold.
I had a question for staff, and I just want to clarify their answer. When I brought up issues with the irregular road geometry, I believe staff said that the Transportation Department is still working on this. Is that correct?
Yes, we have a concept plan, but it will be finalized with public engagement prior to completion and refinement.
Oh, okay. Then I'd just like to clarify that if we're working in a collaborative spirit, the comments of Councilmember Briggs, which was really just a canned statement that she frequently raises regarding my safety concerns, was not necessary this evening and did not add to the conversation.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Man, that was really unnecessary, but I'm just going to move on. I've had a lot of conversations with residents in the 4th Ward about this particular development. As mentioned before, I've spoken with Michael Rain from U of M. I've answered a lot of questions. I've hunted down answers to a lot of questions and concerns. And every concern that's been raised to my notion has been satisfactorily answered. concerns about traffic, concerns about drainage, concerns about, this, that, and the other thing. Everything's been addressed. And for me, what this comes down to is this development will bring a lot of good to our community. It will check a lot of boxes in terms of our goals, in terms of our 820 goals, in terms of bringing housing to our community while we are in the midst of a housing shortage. In terms of traffic, folks talk about this being an increase in traffic. Well, frankly, the folks who live here are already the folks who will live there are probably already contributing to our traffic in some way. They're probably commuting in from elsewhere, and maybe even using the same roads. The fact is, I haven't seen any data that would show that this is going to create new problems for us. In fact, quite the opposite. Our city traffic engineers, approved the traffic study that was done. The developer is going to address that intersection. Frankly, I'm going to circle back to the conversation that we had at the beginning of this meeting, talking about our structural budget deficit. Without new developments and their associated property tax revenue, we will continue to have a structural budget deficit. And so until there's a change in how our cities are funded at the state level, we have to either continue adding new developments that add to new tax revenue, or we have to cut services or raise taxes and fees on residents. I prefer to, bring in the new developments where they make sense, make sure they're well done, make sure we address all the concerns like is being done here, and have that new tax revenue so that we can fund our priorities as a city.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Now that I have a child who attends Pioneer, at least physically through participation in athletics, I've been spending a lot of time driving to and from that area and have been really thinking through some of the concerns I've heard about traffic, but also really seeing how many people in the community take advantage of the amenities that are nearby, not only in terms of shopping, but also in terms of, tennis courts and tracks and natural areas. And there's, it really is an area that's, on a transit line that meets, that has sustainable elements to this project. There's so many excellent things, including density of rental housing. And we really do need rental housing in our city that's close to so many amenities. I would be remiss, and I promised myself that I was going to try to not go down a bunch of rabbit holes this evening unless I really felt that that there was a line that was crossed, and I think we just heard it. If we're going to talk about having constructive dialogue and respecting other people's opinions, calling someone's response canned when they clearly have, in my opinion, amongst the council members, more expertise in this area than anyone else who sits at this table, who's not a staff member, is truly.
Point of order. Can we just talk?
No, I'm sorry.
Come on.
How many times have I spoken tonight?
You can just talk to the resolution.
It is about the resolution because it's about the comments about the traffic, and I think instead of accusing staff of causing collateral damage, there is an attack also on a colleague, and I think it's important to sometimes take a beat and just stand up for that. If the goal is really to be collaborative, let's start with our own behavior.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. Since I was on Planning Commission last summer when this was being discussed, I just thought I'd share a little bit about, obviously, when this first came to Planning Commission with a staff recommendation of denial we did not just pass it that night and recommended it for approval. There was a lot of discussion around what were some of the deficiencies of this project, what more did we want to see, because obviously when we're thinking about rezoning, there needs to be justification for within that based on our master plan documents about why that was appropriate. And one of the pieces for Planning Commission that was really compelling and that we really pushed the developer on was this move to being all electric. That was a huge piece for the city, and that was not present when it first came, as was the extension of additional solar on that for the property. And so that was a huge piece for Planning Commission when it came back to justify that. There were also some other revisions. We also had pretty lengthy discussions around transportation at that time as well, that perhaps increased my comfort with this. So that just a little bit additional information since I was there last summer.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. You know, I appreciate that this helps check some boxes, but I think we should be doing more than just checking boxes. I think we should be reviewing these developments and being very thoughtful and considerate of everybody who's involved, the neighbors, the shareholders, the stakeholders, current residents, future residents, everybody, not just one above all others. You know, the affordable housing component of this is 1/3 of 1%. 1/3 of 1%. I do have concerns about the technical feasibility of providing electricity to 450 units and how guaranteed that can be in delivering power to those homes and units, as well as the existing residents and businesses in that area. In the conversations that we've had, we understand our grid cannot support this all electrification effort that we're going to be pursuing in 10 years. And I want to know from staff whether we can get written communication from DTE stating that this is technologically feasible and will not disrupt any power reliability to the neighboring residents and businesses. Is there some agreement we can get in writing from DTE to state that?
I can certainly follow up with DTE. I did have some conversation, or a brief conversation today over email with the representative for the area, their lead project engineer. He did indicate to me through email that they have no issues with providing electricity, that they feel they have full capacity to serve this project as well as the adjacent. But we can get something more formal from them in writing if the project moves past tonight.
I would deeply appreciate that. So would all the area residents and businesses in that area, because DTE will tell you something and unfortunately not fulfill on it.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please. Starting. Did I miss somebody? Roll call vote, please. Starting with Councilmember Song.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish, Councilmember Griswold,
No.
motion carries.
Mr. Crawford?
Mayor, both these items, C1 and C2, would normally be scheduled for a second reading on May 17th, given the times for notice. Since that's our budget meeting, I assume you would not, you would indulge staff in looking into what needs to go that day versus the first meeting in June.
For my part, I'm comfortable with staff making that judgment. Anybody have any objection? Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
DC1, I'm sorry, C3. C3, ordinance to amend section 269 of chapter 29, stormwater rates of title 2 of the code of the city of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Rumlowy. Discussion, please, of C3. Councilmember Rumlowy.
Thank you, Mayor. This was a pleasant surprise, I suppose, in terms of keeping the rate near the rate of inflation, as we were told in years prior that we'd be seeing rate increases of double and triple and quadruple the rate of inflation in order to deliver exceptional services with our water system. Now we're seeing this change in direction in the inflationary increases to either no increases or barely above the rate of inflation. It's perplexing because in years prior, the sky was falling if we didn't pass double inflationary rate increases. Now we're looking at more modest ones, which are welcome news. But I have a question for staff. If this is going to impair or impede our ability to do some major water and sewer line replacements, particularly in Lower Town, on State Street, and on Main Street, among all the other ones. And I just want to make sure that we're not asking too little right now and overcorrecting what was an overcorrection prior to this. We were just seeing some wild swings, and I would like to see something a little bit more predictable, I guess.
If I can speak to that, this is a stormwater rate, and this is a rate that we planned for back in 2018. At that time, on the 2018 plan, we were looking at in FY 22 being at 4.9% and in FY 21 at 10%. So this is following the rate plan that we had set in 18, and that was based upon our capital improvement plans for stormwater.
I apologize. I'm a little flustered here. Looking at the storm, I think I also was looking at sewer somewhere where I was conflating those. I apologize on that. But I guess as we're talking about stormwater, we're not putting anything aside. We're going to be able to handle what's on our CIP right now without, I guess it's redundant, but I just want to make sure that when we go forward with projects, we're not going to be strapped for cash.
This is following the rate plan, and it is taking the CIP into account.
Thank you, Mr. Hupy.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. And I want to thank Mr. Crawford or whoever it was who gave us the table that I asked for of our stormwater rate increases for the last decade. So if all things staying the same from a property owner's or a customer's perspective, if my stormwater bill, in other words, I didn't add to my impervious surface or whatever. If my stormwater bill in fiscal year 2012 was $100, 10 years later in fiscal year 22, it's going to be approximately $250. And so, we know that like a 6% increase over 9 years effectively doubles the initial sum or billing amount in this case. And, we've had some higher and some lower. We've had some 3.5, we've had some 6s, we've had some 28s, 14 and so on. And so what I get as a representative of the people is folks asking me how, not only everybody says the taxes are too high, of course, but what people really say is that's not what's killing them. What's getting them and what's driving them out of the city, what's making it difficult to live here is not the lack of affordable housing, but the lack of affordable lifestyle, you might say, the lack of affordable living. And so when you're here a decade and your stormwater bill is 2.5 times what it was 10 years ago, well, that's well in excess of inflation, of course. And so the consideration is what can we do as a council and as a municipal provider of these services to try and slow this down, because it's quite a bit. It's quite shocking to run the math on that. And I just want to express the concern that my residents have shared with me, with the community here, and with the rest of my council colleagues, that we're not helping. We're making it very expensive to live here in Ann Arbor. And I understand that we have needs, and I understand those needs are accelerating as climate change accelerates and so on. But I just want to put it out there that that's what I'm hearing from my residents. They're finding it very difficult to stay in their homes, especially folks, seniors on fixed income and so on. And maybe that's part of a plan. Maybe that's something that's happening, where we want to shuffle them out so we can put a couple ADUs on there, and that's that's something this body will decide. But it's unfortunate to look at a bill that's 2.5 times what it was 10 years ago. And that's all I want to say about that. It's just it's sort of shocking. So, as I have done in the past, I'm not going to support a stormwater rate increase.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Song.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Radina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson. Yes. Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Remlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
motion carries.
DC1, resolution to appoint Deaver Armstrong to the Greenbelt Advisory Commission, moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion, please, of DC1. All in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? Approved. DC2, resolution to recommend approval of issuance of downtown development liquor license to Cuisina and Arbor LLC, moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is another DDA downtown development district liquor license. It's it's just a typical thing. They're adding liquor license to their operation down there, and they meet all the requirements of the liquor license review board. And I recommend that we all encourage and approve this. But by such means, licenses are different than they used to be. It used to be a difficult situation. Licenses were held and sold and bought and traded and all that. And now with this DDA, there's effectively, in meeting a minimum set of requirements, an unlimited amount of liquor licenses that are available. And for good or ill, that's how it works. But it does bring business to the community, and it helps these businesses survive. The margins on liquor, of course, are much higher than they are just a food service alone. And so as long as everyone imbibes in a manner that is responsible, there shouldn't be a problem with this. So thank you for your support.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. DC3, resolution declaring September Entheogenic Plant and Fungi Awareness Month in Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by, Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thank you. And this is an unusual situation we have going here. I had a gentleman reach out to me from Garden Grove, California, who works with a group out there who's trying to connect patients with the needs. And when we last year in September, when we moved to effectively decriminalize entheogenic plants, and that move was followed by the Washington County Prosecutor's Office agreeing that is a part of the restorative justice pathway that we're trying to find ourselves on as a greater community. I was happy to see it. There was some confusion around April being the month versus September being the month. And we want to work with our local, state, and national partners on this and get it all together. And so we had two versions of this. The versions have been changed, and right now they kind of exist in a unfinished state of no person's land. So without taking up any more of our time, I'm going to move that we postpone this because it's really something that doesn't happen until September, although April is recognized by many communities as the entheogenic therapy month. We're doing ours in September is what the experts on this issue are telling me. So I'd like to move to postpone this until, June, whenever. Not, I know we typically do a date certain. I mean, I could just as well table it and bring it back, whatever the body prefers. But that's what I'm going to do because there's just too much confusion around this resolution before us right now. And I don't think it would be appropriate to move forward without speaking further with the sponsors. So
why don't you pick a date?
I don't know if a table is appropriate because I don't have a date to bring it back. I'll move to table it.
For a second, Griswold, discussion. Is there debate on tabling? I don't think it's a roll call. All in favor of tabling? Opposed? Table. EC5, resolution to remove Councilmember Hayner from current appointments. Moved by Councilmember Grant, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC5. Mr. Crawford.
I think there were a number of questions that came up, and I was asked to address these by various council members at the start. If that would be,
please.
That as I understand the procedure, and that I believe what the city administrator was about to tell you. So I'll start with Councilmember Hayner as a courtesy to him with his questions. His question one was, point out in our council rules, charter, or other location where the authority is given to the council to take these actions. These actions, certainly within the charter, the powers of the city are in section 3. The powers of the council, section 4.1b, all powers in the council to act. As far as boards and commissions, it would be in chapter 8, and that would be certainly the removal provision. That would be 1.171, and that is paren 3. And the so those are generally, including case law that is out there that I'm putting together for the council, and I will be putting a memo to you on this issue, and I'll get to that in a minute. But that is the power to remove is inherent in the power to appoint. So that's generally as to DC5. Question 2 again asks about the definition of cause in 3. Cause is generally any non-arbitrary reason that is not prohibited by law, and I will provide a addition in this memo. I'll provide a cite to that. Question 3 is the resolution such as this considered a binding act of government? The resolution, if approved, would constitute the decision of the city council. So I'm not sure the binding act of government. It would be a decision of the council. Is there any mechanism for appealing this action? The answer is no. Councilmember Hayner's term of service extends beyond the period of removal. Should this resolution contain language for reinstatement? I think the general answer is council can change the resolution, appoint or reappoint Councilmember Hayner at any time. Question 6, if the resolution passes, are Councilmember Hayner's appointments terminated immediately, even though the seat will remain vacant until another is appointed to fill them? The answer would be yes. Question 7, the Council of the Commons appointment was created via separate resolution and mechanism. Is this resolution consistent with that action? Generally, yes. The appointment to the center of the city was in the same resolution as the others, R20438. Was this resolution introduced by the administration committee or individual council members? The interesting aspect of this is this did not have to go through. There's discussions about certainly Rule 12 and Council Rule 12, which involves reprimand and so on, did not have to go through the administration committee. It was brought up at the administration committee by various people to discuss, I believe, just to get that out. So it did not have to come from the administration committee. That's different than the reprimand section. It was discussed as far as procedurally. It was brought up. It was added to the agenda last Tuesday. It was brought up, and so it was brought by the, there was a resolution at the council admin committee. In the end, we're not, two people were not listed as sponsors because they did not support it. So it was brought by the admin committee in that sense, but it did not need to be. If one sought to protect the rights of the voters Councilmember Hayner represents from having their representation removed, what recourse do they have? The decision is within the purview of the city council. Again, appointments and removals, there seems to be a great deal of misunderstanding about this. Appointment and removals, that is not for anyone else to decide, except for that's within the purview of the council itself. So those are generally Councilmember Hayner's questions, and I will follow up on some of these. I'll be more specific. There's some follow-up from other council members. I'll take these from, I believe, Councilmember Nelson. And she asked for a timeline when this proposal was put in writing, when the written proposal was put before the admin committee, when the administrative committee voted on DC4, when the written text of DC5 was shared with Councilmember Hayner, and when the written text was shared with the whole council. Again, on Tuesday, the admin committee voted to bring this forward with a resolution. And on Thursday, Councilmember Ramlawi withdrew his support for this resolution. A draft was presented to the admin committee for review either on Thursday night or Friday morning. And 3 members were listed as sponsors. The resolution was placed on the council packet on Friday. As far as informing Councilmember Hayner, I don't know if anybody from the admin informed him. I did discuss with him. I don't know if it was on Wednesday or Thursday. He had a question about whether he was being removed he had heard from somebody that he was removed by the, removed from the council. And I told him that was incorrect. As far as a Councilmember Redina communicated with staff and attempted to file a formal complaint. I'm not sure what that means in this context, a formal complaint with the admin committee, because removal from committees and commissions is not necessarily part of the admin. There's no rule to that effect for admin. I don't have any knowledge of that complaint. Was the admin committee regarding the appropriateness of this action in compliance with our rules? We discussed this at the admin committee when it was added on. But again, it was not something that had to come through admin. At any point, was the administrative committee advised about alternative responses? I'm not sure what that refers to. For example, if it refers to alternative things such as, again, counseling or reprimand, Ethics Rule 12 is specific that covers certain things, and it does not cover things outside the ethics rules, the administrative rules, state law, and so on. So it would not be given as an option. I would like an explanation of any past precedent The best I could come up with is that I know that Councilmember Ackerman was removed from ICPOC and replaced with Councilmember Ramawi by Resolution 19-211 on May 6th, 2019. It was done, Councilmember Ackerman was also a sponsor of that, although I don't think he contested the authority of the council to do that. Was administrative committee advised about the process required for reprimand and counseling of a council member? Please advise the whole of council regarding that process. Again, I've just gone through that. Both counseling and reprimand deals with certain things, and it would not include conduct or other things outside those specific things limited to Council Rule 12. Is DC-5 a relatively more serious or less serious consequence than reprimand and counseling described in Rule 12? That's really not a determination that I can make. It's currently not either counseling or it's certainly not removal of somebody. There is in the ordinance and in the charter removal of a council member from the council. That is a serious thing. Whether or not this is more or less serious, my understanding is that there were reasons for this based on concern about the community, and that's where we're at. I would like staff comparison of the process observed in the preparation of DC-5 and the process prescribed for reprimand and counseling in Rule 12. Again, Rule 12 involves a number of procedures that are put in there. I don't have it in front of me, but it is simply a different procedure, and the process involves a complaint, timing, time to review it, and there would be an appeal process, but it would go through the admin committee and ultimately would go to the council. Excuse me. I am told that DC-5 is allowable because the positions are mayoral appointment. Well, I'd like to backtrack on that a minute. Well, the question is, I would like a clear explanation of the circumstances when a mayor is permitted to unilaterally move a council member from appointed responsibilities. I think there's really three different things here. One is council mayoral appointments to council committees. That's one thing. The other is boards and commissions, and that is another thing. And then there's sort of external boards and commissions. The mayor, just to be clear, can remove from council committees without approval of the council, as he has the sole power of appointments under the charter. Removal from other bodies depends on the body, but generally the other ones that Councilmember Hayner would be on require a majority vote of the council. There's a question about a previous version of council rules that seem to permit the unilateral removal of mayoral appointments. Prior to the amendment, the rules included section 12.12. Please share the history of who served on the rules committee that voted to recommend those changes, removing 12.12, and also share the names of council members who voted to approve the amendments. This would require additional time to gather the factual background requested. However, the cited language mirrors the city charter 12.12b. I'm not sure what happened on that, but I can find out. So that would be from Council Member Nelson. Councilmember Ramlawi, again, is the complaint I filed materially different than the complaint filed against Councilmember Hayner? If so, what are the codified process for each type of complaint? The complaint that Councilmember Ramlawi brought up was, at least in my understanding, was a complaint brought about a text or something from the mayor. The I suppose difference in some ways, or the codified process, is I sent him information about, I understood in discussing with him that the complaint would be for some sort of reprimand. And if it is a reprimand, then the process is different, to the extent that Councilmember Malawi would be interested in the same procedure about removal, then removal not from office but from council committees, then it would follow the same thing via resolution of the by the council or by approval of the mayor himself. Councilmember Griswold has asked, please explain why the language in DC 5 on Legistar was substituted for the language voted at the admin committee. It was not. It was tried to mirror the narrow language that was given. Obviously, we didn't have something in writing. I was asked to go ahead and prepare this. And so, and that's why it was drafted as it was. Where is the written complaint? The resolution is not based on a written complaint. I've answered that. Where is council members' written response to the complaint? Why was it not presented? Again, because the procedure that is in Rule 12 for reprimand is not what we're talking about here, did not have to come from the admin committee, and that's why there's no response. Did any admin committee contact Councilmember Hayner? I don't know. And was he informed of this action before the admin committee today? I don't know. I don't know what that question is. This question should be directed to the members of the admin committee. What is the legal justification? I've already gone through that. And so, basically the issue is there's been a lot of concerns on the admin committee, whether that was proper, and the answer is yes. Ultimately, it should come to the council. It didn't have to go through the admin committee. That's number one. As far as the power of the to eventually effectuate removal, I've listed that. That doesn't change. The council ultimately has the ability to do that. And I guess the other thing is, each year you vote on it. There's no right to be assigned to committees. There's no right to be assigned to boards and commissions. That takes place again by the council vote. And so the idea that there's some sort of vested rights in this, or a right to be named to a particular committee, that would be incorrect. Having said all that, I am still looking at, and I think from a process standpoint, I was out of commission, no relation to boards and commissions for 48 hours this weekend. I would like to get a memo out to you on all of this so that it can be public. I'm still looking at some issues that do not affect the ultimate power of the council to do it, but whether or not there would be any additional steps between making this vote. And I therefore recommend you postpone this for 2 weeks so that you can have this, and I can make that available publicly before the 2-week period so that everybody will be on the same page. I understand the interest in doing something contemporaneously, but I think in this instance, my recommendation is to wait until you get the full memo so that I will be able to identify any further steps that might need to be done. And I think given the importance of this, I think that is the appropriate thing to do. So with that, that's a lot of questions, but in any case.
Thank you, Mr. Postma. So to restate, what I hear you saying is that the consideration by the administration committee was within its authority, that the processes articulated in Rule 12 are here not applicable. that it is within council's inherent authority to remove a member from boards and commissions, and the mayor's inherent authority to remove from committees, and that you would recommend that we postpone for 2 weeks so as to receive additional advice and perhaps intermediate steps that you would recommend.
Yeah, because I usually have a memo to you. It's sometimes privileged, and I think in this instance, I'm not anticipating with council's direction. It would not be a privileged memo, so that it would be transparent to the community. And I think that that would help the process, but it would also ensure that I'm not missing any steps that may need to be taken. But again, the power is, in my view, clear. And so, but I do think, given the number of questions we've had, and also the number, we're still looking at one or two things. It won't affect those underlying issues, but I think this is the first time we've done, to my knowledge, done this in a setting where the person complained of did not agree to this or agree to sponsor the removal of himself from a committee, or excuse me, it would be from ICPOC. And so for that reason, I think it's important to do it the way I suggest.
Councilor Griswold.
If someone came to me with a complaint about this type of language, and I wanted to protect our community, I wanted to protect all members of the community, the first thing I would do is contact Councilmember Hayner and discuss this with him quietly in private and try to get corrective action, be that counseling or whatever. But what we did is what many of our community members claimed we did in letters, and that is we exploited this for political advantage, and in the process harmed many of our community members by repeating it over and over again. A few months ago, I mentioned in an admin committee that democracy is based on the principle of majority rules, minority rights. The mayor said, I don't know what that means. What it means is that we don't do things like DC-5. We're in the minority, but we still have some rights to human decency, to due process, so that things are not done behind our backs. I want to again apologize to our community. Our community deserves better. They deserve a democratic process, and we have failed them as well as our LGBTQ community and also Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a gay man, I have been subject to homophobia and hatred for much of my life. I have been called the F word more times than I care to remember. I've heard the F word used, as it was in this case, as an insult hurled at others because apparently a derogatory comparison to gay people is still seen as the worst insult imaginable. It is in part because of these experiences and sentiments that I stayed in the closet as long as I did. It is why, at a particularly low moment in my youth, I briefly considered hurting myself. And it is why I still instinctively code switch to this very day, depending on the company I am in or the places I visit. In the aftermath of this incident, I have heard from countless LGBTQ community members and parents sharing similar stories. As leaders in our community, our words matter. So to see this sentiment actively shared by an elected community member, and for the same person to not immediately acknowledge the harm it can cause to others, both hurt and angered me. This weekend, the fallout against our LGBTQ community continued. I and at least one other LGBTQ leader who spoke out received threatening, homophobic mail sent to our homes. I have received and witnessed messages calling into question the sincerity of mine and others' pain and outrage, and our motives questioned. I know firsthand the power that word has and the pain it can cause, and when used, it can push another child deeper into the closet or closer to self-loathing and self-harm, or to deny or hate who they are. And I do not believe that children growing up in 2021 should have to deal with the same casual homophobia that I've experienced for most of my life. I do believe Councilmember Hayner's eventual apology was sincere. I believe he recognizes the harm caused to the LGBTQ community when that word is used, particularly to demean and attack. But I also believe that we as a body have a responsibility to speak loudly and with one voice that this incident was unacceptable, not representative of our city's values, and that hate speech has no place in our government. In this case, yes, that should include removal from committees and commissions for cause. Failing to do so would, as one resident shared, signal that the acceptability of this language remains a debatable proposition, even in Ann Arbor. We have seen examples from Congress to the U of M Board of Regents to the Lansing City Council in just the past few months, when similar action has been taken in response to speech or behavior that is incompatible with our values and the professionalism of our respective bodies. Now the public's eyes are on us. What will be our response on behalf of our LGBTQ constituents? I encourage my colleagues to support this resolution tonight, but want to end my comments by speaking directly to those LGBTQ residents most impacted by this debate. Regardless of how this debate goes, this vote goes, this language is in fact unacceptable. You are still welcome here. You are still loved. You are valued. Your life matters. Please be true to yourselves, be proud of who you are, and stay involved. We need you in Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Mr. Postma for putting that together, and I certainly didn't expect the consideration that we would delay this anymore. I have to agree with my colleague, Councilman Redina, that you know, like this is it's out here. Let's talk about it. You know, absolutely. I want to make it clear that I've not violated any ethics rules, any administrative rules, or any state laws. Yes, there's no right to be assigned to boards and commissions, and we saw that in this first round this year when I lost several seats on boards that I had asked for, and no deference was given to seniority, which is a break from decades of council practice. So there is a pattern here. You know, I issued an apology at the start of this meeting, and I agree, and of course, you know, comments that have been made, Councilman Redina summed it up in an excellent manner. And I appreciate his consideration that he felt that my apology was heartfelt, because indeed it was. And there's no test is allowed to prove that if you are not a bigot or a homophobe, and I've been called all those things and many more in the last week. And treating my gay and trans family and friends with respect and dignity for 35 years isn't good enough for everybody. Marching with the ACT UP crowd in the 80s, trying to get condoms into the health service at the university in the middle of the AIDS crisis, DJing funerals of friends who died of AIDS in the 80s. None of that matters if you say something like that. My dad has an expression, I don't want to use foul language again, although Mr. Mayor has deemed it appropriate to say in this body, but you know, it's 1-0 crap outdoes a lot of attaboys, you know, and that's the truth. And you know, that's the truth. This overshadowed all kinds of good work that we've done, and for that, and to this body, I apologize also. And I just as soon deal with this tonight, because I think it's a dangerous thing. The words are dangerous. The harm they caused to the community was real. And but I also feel that it's an inappropriate solution. I don't see how my quoting someone's foul language that was requoted ad infinitum on social media and council members' websites makes me less able to steward our parks or read a liquor license report or read a brownfield report. And you know, that's about all I got left. So I think it's wholly inappropriate, and I think it's a dangerous precedent. I don't think this council has the ability to do this, despite what Mr. Postum has said, and nor do I think we should seek the ability to do this. And like when we cut our time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes to speak, you weren't cutting off Jeff Hayner, and we weren't voting to cut ourselves off. We were cutting off the voices of our constituents, and that's what's happening here. And I'm not going to defend this too much more, but to say I'm most interested in seeing who feels that this punishment fits the crime, because I certainly don't. And to further that, it's not going to give me time to sit home and reflect on my transgressions, because as a continuing council member, I will be fully responsible for attending those meetings, even as a guest, to make sure I know what's going on, because that's what the voters charged me with. The 25,000 people that I represent and the 8,000 people who voted for me, even though the claims are out there that they should have known better, deserve me to stay in touch. And so I won't be sitting down to ruminate on this. I've ruminated plenty, and I will continue to in the future. I don't believe those words define me, and they certainly don't define anyone in our community. And I apologize again for using them in an inappropriate way. But this is not the solution. I'll say that. This is not the solution. This is dangerous. This is a dangerous path we head down here. A dangerous path of partisanship. Entirely inappropriate for this body. Not a healing path. It simply isn't.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. You know, when this happened, I immediately was trying, you know, really dug into our rules and had conversations, and one of the factors that helped me come to the conclusion that I think this was the right decision as a council and the right action to do for our community is one, listening to a lot of community members and the hurt that this caused, but also, you know, the question was posed, why didn't we reach out? And it's because my ward colleague reached out, because I talked to other elected officials and other people in the community that reached out. And the initial response and the response for some time was to double down, to triple down, to not take responsibility for the action and the hurt that it caused, but to amplify that hurt, to be dismissive of those concerns. And to me, that was just as problematic as the original act itself. There was also just, you know, denial. Oh, it got taken down right away. We know it didn't. You know, oh, and even just, you know, criticizing for, there were a lot of problems. It wasn't just the initial piece, which was there's just clearly no place for that, and no way that it can be justified, and no way that it's ever excusable. But we've even heard tonight, and from people in the community, they're like, well, you should just sweep this under the rug, right? And that would be wrong. That wouldn't be, I think, upholding my responsibility. And I don't want to talk about what has been done or what wasn't done in the past with other council members, because I think we could really play that on both sides, and I don't want to go there. But to me, this is not fun to do this. There's been so much hurt in the last couple of weeks, and so much nastiness, not just about this, but other things. But to me, because this is within the power of what we can do as a council, it seemed to be the most appropriate course of action. And I, as much as I appreciate the advice of Mr. Postma and making sure, you know, if Councilmember Hayner wants to vote on it tonight, I'm perfectly comfortable with doing so.
Councilmember Omlawi.
Wow. I know this is a very charged issue, obviously, and many in the community now are painting this narrative that is not the intent, purpose, or thoughts, that not supporting DC-5 is condoning the behavior and the actions of Councilmember Hayner. I think there is unanimous consensus that his behavior was abhorrent. It's not becoming of a council member, elected official of a city like Ann Arbor. That is undeniable. And that's not what I'm here to discuss, because that is universally understood and accepted. What I'm here to talk about more is defending our responsibilities in a due process in a democracy. I was at the admin meeting. I went into that meeting unprepared to discuss this issue. It was not brought up until 10 minutes after our meeting began, and then was introduced as new business. And then all within an hour was deliberated and voted on without asking anything from Councilmember Hayner or others, having a special meeting to talk about it, be more deliberative and inclusive. It was a rush to judgment. Yes, we know it needed action, and it should, and it will. But how we get there, I think, is just as important. And I'd much rather see this body tonight vote 11-0 or 10-0 on an action when it comes to this. Not be split, not be divisive and divisive. We were promised, this community was promised, that new council would come in and be collaborators and get away from the toxicity that we were accused of being. And in my 6 months so far, it's been nothing but more toxic, more vindictive, more punitive, less inclusive, less thoughtful, less considerate. We have been described as an embarrassment. That word has been used over and over again by people I look up to in our community, that we are an embarrassment. This process is an embarrassment. Just because we can do it doesn't mean we ought to do it this way. There should have been a process.
Councilmember?
I'll be back to talk more.
Councilmember Briggs?
Thanks. I'm prepared to vote yes tonight on this resolution, but my affirmative vote doesn't bring me any joy. I don't think this vote makes anyone happy. I'd like to explain why clearly. However, I believe it's necessary, and especially in the light of kind of Councilmember Hayner's initial response after he posted, kind of what we heard in Michigan Daily as he initially reflected on that. And then also in terms of what we've heard within the response that he's issued to the community. So Councilmember Hayner's online conduct has long been provocative, and the local media has long been a target. But this recent post crossed a line. Councilmember Radina has already spoken eloquently on that matter, but I'll share a few additional thoughts that help me evaluate why it crossed a line. First, it was in response to an MLive editorial urging for greater online civility and letting the community know about the harassment and threats facing staff at MLive. In response to this editorial, Councilmember Hayner posted a vitriolic quote by Hunter S. Thompson. In my opinion, this quote, in response to the editorial, can safely be presumed to embolden and encourage harassment of the press. It had the potential to physically harm members of our own community. Secondly, while I do not believe the intent of the post was to target the LGBTQ community, it did place a target on them. The use of homophobic language, particularly by a leader in our community, normalizes it and places the vulnerable community at greater risk. 1 in 5 hate crimes are motivated by anti-LGBTQ bias. I believe that one of the core values that we hold dear is that Ann Arbor should be a safe and welcoming community to all. This statement did the opposite. We have the responsibility to act. Each of us is a Democrat. We may occasionally have policy differences, but we should be united in affirming our norms.
Councilmember Dish?
So I fully believe that Councilmember Hayner did not intend to do harm. And I think that his apology was and is tonight and earlier sincere. But that's not an issue, because what we're talking about here is an act of speech. And when we deal with an act of speech, we need to think about the words, and we need to think about the person who is speaking and the position from which they speak, the position from which they speak. So there are words that carry a charge regardless of the intent of the speaker. Certain words have acquired the power to do harm by virtue of our society's history of violence, erasure, and harassment against dominated and non-normative populations. So that's the words. The position of the one who speaks, especially as Councilmember Briggs has just nicely retold the story, it was an act of public discourse. It was about a debate about journalism and its relationship to the community. When any of us speaks publicly, wherever we speak, on the floor of council or in social media, we're speaking not just as a person, and as a person who might have a very great history of supporting gay rights, but we're speaking as a representative. And when we speak as a representative, we model appropriate speech for others. When we use speech that's inappropriate, we're endorsing it, and that has consequences. Literal physical harm, as we've seen in the past 4 years. Not that I am making anything like a comparison between Councilmember Hayner and the former person in the White House. Finally, when we speak as representatives, we're speaking in place of our constituents. And in this case, it's extremely important that we counter the Speech Act that is, as Councilmember Hayner himself said, hanging out there. It's important that we counter it with a forceful public response, and it's important that we do it tonight.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I've been taking notes on things that have stunned me a bit. The idea of something that is more serious, requiring a more urgent and swifter response, is basically opposite to quite a bit of procedure that we accept as part of our institutions. We criticize when people rush to judgment, or not just rush to judgment, but rush to consequences. This is part of our system of the rights that we recognize that people have. I understand that I heard an accusation that the acceptability of this language is under debate if we don't pass DC-5. I strongly disagree with that. There are any number of resolutions that we could have passed tonight that would have made absolutely clear that we could have voted 11-0 on, to make absolutely clear that the acceptability of this language is not under debate. That wasn't an option before us. I heard a suggestion that people are accused of telling us that we should just sweep this under the rug. I have not heard that from anybody. I'm not interested in sweeping this under the rug. Part of the speed in this process is sweeping it under the rug. It's making a statement that we have the brute force, we have the number of votes to impose something so quickly that we're not even gonna dwell on a discussion about the significance of the language. I appreciate how awful this is. I appreciate how awful the words are. I really appreciate the time that we have been able to listen to Councilmember Medina's personal experience of this. And I have been writing to everybody to clarify conversation that I want to initiate about procedural issues is about slowing down a conversation so we can have more of that. We need to hear more about this. Not because we need to be convinced that it was wrong, not because we're slow to be persuaded that it was wrong, but that this is worthy of a conversation. This is worthy of a community conversation about, no, it's not okay to just shove this in a quote. no, it's not okay to take this word so casually that it wasn't my word and so it doesn't have power. These are conversations we're skipping. And we're skipping it because I think we're arguing that it's so completely obvious that we shouldn't even bother to have them. And I mean, it's just, it's disturbing to me. I mean, I would argue also that this is not about majority minority. It's a little bit about that, but mostly it's about any power that people have over others and how that power is regulated. You know, we have a lot of issues at play here. All of us have positions that we were voted into. I appreciate Ali pointing out that, you know, just because you can doesn't mean you should. We talk about affirming norms. You know, for me, I was shocked when I realized you can print a lie and send it all over town to win a political campaign. I found that shocking. That didn't affirm my norms. And I found out there's actually First Amendment protections for sending out things with like lies in them. We're not having any of the serious conversations that we should be having, is what I'm saying. I would like to move to postpone it for 2 weeks, as advised by Mr. Postema.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Amlawi.
Yes, and I will say, I've advised this so that I can actually, and I understand with all due respect to the council members, you know that I like to have you have the full issues that are covered on everything. And I believe that should be in front of you. And I'm still reviewing some things, so that would be helpful. Yes.
Discussion or postponement? I've got Song, Amlawi, Radina, and Hayner on the queue for the postponement. That's the queue that's up. I'm going to stick with it until someone wants off. Councilmember Song.
Councilmember Radina spoke to his own experiences, and I hope we can consider that and the nearly 100 comments or signatures that we received, notes from Ozone House, from the Jim Toy Center. We're lucky to have an LGBTQ rep on this body. We are not a diverse group. I mean, look at our screens. We should have more LGBTQ reps. We should be open to understanding this pain. And we forget that Ann Arbor is a safe haven for folks. This is a city of choice because there are folks from the community who have no other home. Their expectations of this city are to keep them safe and understand who they are. You know, we say we appreciate Councilmember Radina's words, but these are not just words, these are experiences that's shared. And we heard this over and over from the community. And it's impossible to ignore. I mean, if we can pretend that this is as important to us as any other issue that comes before this body, I would love to see that same level of enthusiasm. There are people who can't, that reached out to us individually, said that, you know, we just don't feel safe contacting Councilmember Hayner now. We don't, and I think that's a serious issue, and that's unfortunate. We still have to work together. We've got time together. We have multiple ways to work with each other, regardless of whether or not Councilmember Hayner is on the commissions. We know there are issues that are important to him. The work will continue. We have to figure out how to work together, but I really do hope we listen really carefully to a community that really went out of its way to express some serious concerns. And also to think of all the folks that are missing from the table here, and then from those that we haven't heard from yet. So I appreciate the effort from the community to rally and to be sincere and to share that pain. We're supposed to be alleviating pain and giving comfort. So I don't feel the need to postpone it tonight. Councilmember Hayner has said that he's ready to vote on this himself. Thanks.
Councilmember Rumlowy.
Well, I'll just respectfully disagree with much of what was just said in the sense that the pain that this is causing. This is causing a lot of pain, and it's continuing to cause pain. And I think the approach is increasing that amount of pain and mistrust in government. We should slow down a little bit and understand what we're doing, because these consequences are not just for Councilmember Hayner, but for all council members going forward. We are going to set a precedent here, and we're going to put the bar to the level that says we can do it because we can. We're going to do it because we can. We're not going to go through the due process. We're not going to be methodical. We're not going to give comfort to the community who would like us to have those conversations that Councilmember Nelson described. We're not trying to sweep this under the rug. This is not a debate about whether what Councilmember Hayner said was proper or not. That is not the debate. The debate is the process. We don't even fully understand what we're doing. I mean, I couldn't barely understand what Mr. Postma was saying there. And if you guys all did, I'm shocked, because I don't even think it didn't really make full sense. There were parts that had gaps in it. I think we should slow down before we make a decision that has consequences that go far beyond the actions of Councilmember Hayner. And I am horrified of the precedent that this will set. Can we just slow down, do this right, come back, vote 10-0 on the right side of things, done the right way? What is the rush? The rush to judgment. This seems so punitive. In fact, the conversation Tuesday focused on punitive measures until I brought up the idea that there should be sensitivity training and education. And I said that before I saw the Jim Toy letter, which said that's what we should be focused on. We should be focused on, this should be a learning lesson, not a shaming one, not a punitive one. And it's been my experience thus far in this conversation that that's where the focus has been. And it's not about restorative justice. It's not about, it's going to cause us more harm in our community as a whole, taking it this route than doing it the proper way with the due process. We'll get to the same conclusion, but in a more respectful, admirable, and proper way. I simply have not heard of a good excuse other than we have the power and we can do it.
Councilmember. Councilmember Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are a couple things I think I want to try to address. But first, I want to start by saying I think we need to make sure that as we continue having this conversation, we're actually centering the conversation around the impact that the victims had experienced of this incident. And I think, we're talking a lot about the speed with which this process is going forward, or the fact that there needs to be more conversation around exactly how we as a body respond to this incident, when in reality, I think a lot of the individual community members who have spoken up and who felt personally victimized by this were quite clear in their answers to us. And I think that's important. I also want to briefly address this slippery slope precedent argument that I keep hearing made both here at this table and in some of the conversations we heard, because I actually think this precedent has already been set by a previous council majority when in 2019 they were part of a council decision to reject several citizen volunteers from nominations to boards and commissions, specifically citing comments not in my view as severe as hate speech posted on social media. I went back and watched that meeting this weekend, and at the time, Councilmember Omlawi said, and I quote, You do have to be careful what you say when you work on a board or commission. It was like when I got my varsity letter in wrestling, when I walked around with my varsity coat, I represented my high school. Same thing when you sit on a board or commission, you represent the city, you don't go on social media and flame rhetoric. At the time, Councilmember Griswold said, while reading a Facebook post in which a citizen commissioner called an elected official moronic, and I quote, "If I found something like this by a fellow council member, I would bring it to the mayor's attention. Is it appropriate or professional to refer to one of our legislators as the most moronic? I find this extremely troubling. I believe that if a person who worked in any major corporation in the United States made this kind of statement, there would be disciplinary action." In responding to Councilmember Griswold, Councilmember Hayner himself said, "That is a legitimate concern. I'm a big 80s rap guy, freedom of speech, just watch what you say. That's the truth because these people represent or serve city council by proxy. They serve the residents of this community by proxy." All three of those council members, along with Councilmember Nelson, went on to vote against reappointing citizen volunteers to boards and commissions to hold them accountable for things that were being said on social media. Things that, in my view, are extremely less problematic than the speech in question today. So I ask this body, how can we take ourselves seriously if we hold volunteer appointees to boards and commissions to a higher standard than we are willing to hold ourselves?
Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thanks, Councilwoman Radina for bringing that up. I think it's a cogent point. I think it's appropriate for this conversation. And I think that Councilwoman Griswold was correct when she said that she would bring it to the mayor's attention that we should follow a due process to have that considered. And there has been a startling lack of due process in this case, but there and also a all too typical lack of communication. When I found out that instead of someone, and it's perfectly within everyone's right to react however they wanted to this, of course. I made several phone calls, none of which were answered or picked up. The mayor doesn't want to take my phone calls. Mr. Radina, I mean, you didn't answer my first 2 phone calls, and so that's fine. So there's no communication. Great. Well, aren't we a great body moving forward? It's one thing when to discuss the. I won't dwell on this issue, but there's a difference between someone who's been installed by the voter and someone who's a citizen volunteer. There's a big difference there, and the context of this is kind of unusual. I mean, as Councilwoman, well, first of all, let me just speak to the point here. I don't care if we vote tonight or not. I would prefer that we vote tonight. All this does is give the media an opportunity to write another series of articles on it, drag it out, increase the hate, in my opinion, and the hurt, rather. And, that's not going to be helpful. I don't think that's going to be helpful. I certainly appreciate Mr. Postma's suggestion, and I don't think he'd do it if he didn't have a good reason. So that's up to the rest of you. I'm willing to move forward tonight. There's a weird power dynamic that goes on between the media or the press and elected officials and even just regular old citizens. And we're both. The media is the most powerful entity on earth. They have the power to, and this is a quote, and you can look it up yourselves. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and the guilty innocent, and that's power. And I'm not claiming any innocence in this, but it is true that there is a power dynamic there. And when you've been on the wrong end of that power dynamic by the media, by quote unquote journalists, you have a reaction to that sort of thing. When I have a local reporter who covers politics and they text me and tell me I'm mentally ill and I should seek help, that's a abuse of a power dynamic. And so, nobody's asking me why I said those things, why I have that feeling about it. I read that quote I just said about the same time I read this book for the first time in my 20s, and I've been suspicious of the media ever since then. And that's my problem with the media. But there is a power dynamic there, and to deny that there isn't is to deny the very essence of what makes our democracy tick in many ways, and that's the ability to control people's minds and to manipulate the people and for good or ill. And we got a little of that going on here. But I'm happy to vote on this now. I'm not going to support it because if I said that, it would be saying to the folks who voted for me and who I represent that I'm perfectly willing to let them go without representation, and I'm not. It doesn't have to do with the appropriateness, how I feel about the language, none of that. It has to do with my responsibility that will continue to my residents and my voters and constituents to stay informed about what's going on and to do my best to represent them. And that's what I'm going to vote for in this case. It has nothing to do with what I said. The hundreds of people I've responded to and the personal apologies I've made, it's not about that. It's about, in my case, it's trying to, my vote will be trying to uphold their representation in this body, because you're taking it away from me, sure, and you're taking it away from them, doubly sure. And so make your justifications for whoever you want to vote. I respect Councilwoman Nelson's motion to delay, but I'm not going to support it. Let's get on with it.
Councilmember Griswold.
This council has done exponentially more to harm our community than a single post on Facebook. While I don't condone that post on Facebook, it doesn't justify what I consider to be immoral, unethical behavior on the part of council and what I observed in the admin committee. We have very intelligent council members, but sometimes they restate facts and inaccurately. When I had an issue with the behavior of someone on a commission and I went to the mayor, he told me to wait until the reappointment process because reappointment was optional. People are not just automatically reappointed. That is what I did. When someone called one of our state representatives moronic, it was our only African-American state representative. So it wasn't just the term moronic. And there were other sanctions against the person for doing that. So I would hope we don't just recreate history to fit our own desires. And I'm sorry about the impact on our victims, but different people are impacted in different ways. I had foster children who had terrible, terrible early life experiences, and they were some of the most resilient children I've ever met. So I don't think that the impact on the victim can be factored into the punishment. We need to look at what the act was and be objective. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant. This is on the postponement.
I understand. Yeah, I'm going to take 10 seconds. I don't think the impact can be factored in. I'll just respectfully disagree. It's pretty rare that I go against a recommendation from our attorney's office. This will be one of those cases based on both what Councilmember Hayner said and also just that the fact that I've heard very clearly tonight in an explanation that was incredibly clear to me that this is within the bounds of our ability to act and that the outcome is not going to change. And I just think that there's been too much hurt where this conversation has centered has disturbed me, and I really don't want to go back to rehashing that 2 weeks from now about who was most harmed. I'll agree with my colleague from the Third Ward. When I think about the community that was hurt, the response was incredibly uniform in terms of what members of this community wanted to see done. And I even went and looked up clarification from the Jim Toy Center today because they were concerned that in an ask for something that was a learning experience, they didn't mean to have their words be twisted into saying they didn't support the actions that we were planning to take tonight. So, this really should be like such a short conversation. It should be so easy. And it should be something that's unifying. So, we can hurl insults about divisiveness and embarrassment and whatever else all we want, but this should actually, this should be such an easy one. You know, it's not permanent. I think it's appropriate. I'm not going to vote for the postponement. I'm going to support this tonight.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. Mr. Postma, I'm struggling to understand what information it sounds like what you would like to bring back to us in 2 weeks is sort of what you presented to us, just a little bit more formally, more eloquently, something for the community to be able to see, something that makes it very clear about the process and what enables an action like this. It sounds like the information, substantively though, the information would not shift from what you presented tonight. Is that correct?
That's true. As you know, I usually provide a fairly thorough written analysis so that that it can be analyzed. There's a lot of sort of nuances in some ways, not really nuances, but issues to go through. I've given the summary of it, but I think that everybody would benefit from that. But again, that's your call, and that is an issue for me, and that's my recommendation. And I think that it would be useful, but in some ways you can judge the usefulness of it. And so my recommendation remains the same, but you can take it or leave it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I will be providing the written analysis after the fact anyways, so.
Okay. Thank you. And that was what I was going to suggest, is that for myself anyway, I do see merit for the community to have that information. I think this is an important, this is an impactful move. But I agree. I think that conversations like this around the table are challenging, obviously, for many ways for this body, for our relationships with one another, for our community in terms of the perceptions and that they take away from this. But we're here today ultimately to serve our community, and to take the actions that we believe are appropriate in terms of addressing an action like this when it happens. I've already stated why I think it's appropriate, and so I won't be supporting a postponement. I would say I continue to have concerns that elements of what I hear in Councilmember Hayner's apology. I hear the sincere apology to the LGBTQ community. I think there was. I think another norm of our community is not encouraging harassment of any group, including the press, and potentially violence towards them. And I don't hear that in apology or reflection about what has happened. And I find that really concerning. I think that is the repetitive behavior we've seen.
Councilmember.
Thank you.
Councilmember Omlawi.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify a couple of things that were said in terms of precedent. This is unprecedented. The actions of Councilmember Ackerman, taken around his DUI. I approached him in private. I talked about it with him personally. I worked with the city attorney's office in confidentiality. It took 5 weeks in a very respectful manner that he agreed that it probably wasn't best for him to be on the police oversight commission while going through what he was going through. And it was done in a very respectful way. And when you're talking about volunteers to boards and commission, that's a completely different, has a whole different ramifications. We're elected officials. as Councilmember Hayner has already spoken many times, he represents 20,000 people. Those constituents, we're gonna strip those folks of their political voice. And this should be easy. And I agree, this has gone on too long, this conversation tonight. But I want to make it clear that it's real easy to condemn that language and that behavior, and it's not becoming of an elected official. But we need to do it so we don't cause more harm than we're trying to alleviate. And from what I can tell, from all the emails I'm getting, we are inflicting more harm on our community and an embarrassment of a high functioning body with how this process is unfolding. It's unfortunate because it should be 10-0, 11-0 when it's done in a proper way. But the precedent that this sets,
Councilmember,
is horrifying.
Councilmember Nelson. And perhaps we can close out the queue on the postponement.
Thank you. I want to push back on something that Councilmember Romlawi said, because I don't have any interest in making a process that is respectful to Councilmember Hayner. That is actually the least important part of all of this. We all should be focused on what is respectful of our positions in these offices and respectful of the responsibilities that we have. And unfortunately, we've muddled quite a few things when I've seen some people be very dismissive of pulling out past incidents and saying, oh, well, this is just whataboutism. I'm sorry to tell you that our whole legal system is based on a very elaborate system of whataboutism, to understand what came before and understand that every decision we make has an impact on what comes after. The things that happened before have an impact on what's happening now. And I want to point out to Mr. Postma, because he said that he didn't have time to research it this afternoon. I actually had time to research it this afternoon, so I actually have some information. I have a copy of the rules from 2016 before they were amended. And there's a section in there that very specifically describes almost exactly DC-5. It was intentionally and purposefully amended out of the rules because that council didn't want this to happen. They didn't want a majority to be targeting in this way without any process, without any procedure, without any serious discussion. And that council, that rules committee that supported those amendments at the time was Mayor Taylor, Sabra Briere, and for a time, Jason Frenzel, Sumi Kalasapathy, Kirk Westfall, and Jack Eaton. And so we have members at this table tonight who actually voted to remove something like this as part of our toolkit for how to interact with each other and how to regulate our body. And I just think that's slightly relevant information. I believe it's too late for me to withdraw my postponement, but I see that there is no support for it. And at this point, this issue has been framed so grotesquely as any questioning of our process is a rebuke of members of our community who are valued. Any questioning of this process, any slowing of it down is somehow an endorsement of this line. Of course I can't vote for a postponement, and of course I cannot question this in any way if that is how we're going to frame this issue. I wish we were smarter than this, to be perfectly honest. I just wish we were smarter than this.
Further discussion of the postponement? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Song.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Redina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Romlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to offer an amendment to DC 5 that we strike out the language regarding removing Councilmember Hayner from current assignments. Leave in the part that we do not condone that language.
Is there a second?
And leave,
I'm sorry, Councilmember, please proceed.
that's fine.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Councilmember Griswold, you have the floor. Discussion of the amendment. Councilmember Regina.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'll be voting no on this. No, I have to say I'm frankly quite exhausted with this conversation. It's a conversation that's been going on for a week in our community. It is a conversation that if I'm feeling exhausted as an elected member of this body charged with responding to it, I can only begin to imagine how our community members are feeling. And frankly, I wish that we were willing to take as severe an approach. I wish we were willing to condemn with as much passion and frankly effort that is being taken right now to protect against a removal or against a consequence or any meaningful consequence for this action. I wish we were willing to condemn the initial act with as much passion. I am just so frustrated and so exhausted. The folks who on this body have said this should be easy. You are absolutely right. This is frankly really the bare minimum that we should be willing to do when this type of language is used by a leader in our community, and the impact that it has had on the community. And I'm sorry that I'm losing my patience a bit with this conversation, but the fact this is going on and on, I am sorry to the LGBTQ community members who have to continue hearing the passion with which we are defending committee assignments, but we passingly state, of course I condemn the comments, but now I'm going to be really, really angry about everything else that's being said. And I know that there are going to be people who are upset about this, but frankly, the people at this table are not the people that I'm that concerned about tonight. So thank you, and I will not be supporting this amendment.
Councilor Griswold on the amendment.
I want to condemn this to the absolute maximum amount possible, but that does not justify treating someone else in an unethical manner. Otherwise, it's simply a stone for a stone, and that's not what we stand for. So I'm sorry that some people believe that the end justifies the mean, and people are going to think that I'm overstating something, but what's been on my mind for the last few days is that government at the federal level has been compared to government in Germany following World War I. I'm old enough to have talked to my great uncles who fought in World War I. We are following history when we think that we can do anything and that just because we're right, it doesn't matter if we follow laws, procedures, because we are right and we can take all rights away from other people.
Councilmember Amlai.
Thank you, and I apologize to my colleagues. I knew it was going to be a long night, and I think we all did. It's been very exhausting for all of us. This whole weekend has been spent thinking about this, talking to people. It's not been fun. Unfortunately, this resolution is all punitive. There's not a restorative component. We can't force Councilmember Hayner to take sensitivity training courses. We should all be taking that course. We should all try to lead by example and get some training. quite frankly. We're dysfunctional. And this is going to lead us to more dysfunction. And, you know, it's all punitive. And I keep going back to it, you know, an eye for an eye makes the world go blind. And I think that's the direction we're heading here. And it's unfortunate. I think we're better than that. We're definitely not acting like it.
Councilmember Song.
I don't think an appropriate response to over 100 people writing to us about their concerns, about our actions. I don't think a response would be, you know, they should toughen up. You know, that we'd rather not hear from them, because that's the message that's being promoted right here. When we respond to these folks, is what are we going to say to them? That we spent more time making sure a council member has his time on a committee, or can we all make sure we make this commitment and hear folks out? We can definitely do anti-bias training. I mean, the library board did it. All the trustees did it last year, including all the managers. I mean, that's easy to commit to, but you know, how do we actually respond to folks who've reached out to us in the meantime? This is going to be in the news tomorrow, but people will still be worried. They want to know what will we actually commit to collectively. And I hope we can figure that out too. This shouldn't come up to the body again. We can figure this out. We can decide, and it should be easy. And we should be able to come back together in 2 weeks and continue the work that what most residents want to hear, which is how do we make this a more welcoming community? This discussion is not it.
By Councilmember Dish, then Hayner, let me suggest that we can move on from the amendment and get back to the main motion. Councilmember Dish.
Yeah, I'll just be very quick. I wanted to endorse the idea of us all doing bias training. And I did want to point out that though Councilmember Hayner will not be serving on boards and committees for 7 months, he will be a voting member of this body. And I will treat him with every respect, and I hope that everyone else will as well. So it is not as if Ward 1 is being denied half of its representation. That would be the case if Councilmember Hayner were no longer allowed to vote on anything.
Councilmember Hayner.
I appreciate what Councilwoman Griswold's trying to do here, because the heart of the question is, really no one has managed, the heart of this question in trying to remove that, in my opinion, is no one has managed to articulate how this penalty that you are seeking to impose on me for my transgressive speech outside of this body is going to solve the problem. In what way do you expect that, like, shall I be sitting around at home and ruminating? Shall I be, continue my letter writing campaign to folks in the community to make amends? No one, I mean, the reason this is even being asked about is no one has really articulated how they think that that's going to somehow make this better, besides the punishment. And I'll that's the problem. That's why we're still talking about this, because no one's articulated how this is going to do anything but act as a penalty, and hope that those who were harmed by my behavior, which I fully own up to and apologize again for, are going to heal from knowing I've been punished. And there's a bit of a disconnect there, and I think that's why it's going on. And let's just please vote on this. If you don't, let's just vote on this. I've suffered quite a bit. I haven't suffered as much as everyone in the community, perhaps you think, but you know, the community's been poisoned against me by this, and you know, it's horrible. I've lost work. I've lost jobs over this. You know, that's not enough. Take away my board and commissions appointment. Take away the first word's representation on those boards and commissions. Go ahead. I think it's a dangerous precedent, and I wouldn't do it to others, but feel free.
Councilmember Grant.
I'll just take a quick stab at that. Part of this is about accountability, that we've heard from people in the community who are most hurt, that they want there to be some accountability. The fact that so much of this conversation has been me, one of the first lessons I learned in even campaigning is it's not about you. It's about the community. And so in part, the fact that this is not just restorative and somewhat punitive is okay, because punitive is also a synonym for, you know, accountable.
Maybe call the question.
And it's, yeah, we can call the question fine, but to just hang it out there like, and continue to cause harm is not okay.
Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please, on the amendment, starting with Councilmember Song.
I'm sorry, Mayor, weren't we discussing the main motion? You moved on to the amendment now?
Nope.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Medina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? I've not yet spoken about this, and if we're going to close it out, maybe I'd just like to say one or two words. First, I would like to say that I don't view this action as punitive, and I don't view the action as focused on the council member. I've heard multiple apologies here at the table, and from my end, I've heard emotional apologies at the table, and I've heard the council members, and I credit his internal pain at the thought of the hawk I inferred. I thought he feels important. He feels deeply about this, and I appreciate that. But in my view, this is that is not analytically material. In the course of the post, council member used an incredibly offensive homophobic slur front and center. And what that did in public, in our society, by a sitting official, created a permission structure of degradation that hurts members of our community. It distances the LGBTQ community from their government by virtue of his position. And that creates real social harm. And it is, I believe, the purpose of this resolution to help heal that harm. To help heal that harm as a performative statement on the part of this council that that language is not proper, that it is offensive and unacceptable, and that we do not accept it. And that although we may be individually and personally generous with the council member and his apology, that as an elected official on the body, that we do not accept it. And that we therefore take action. And I believe that that action is measured. It's not a call for resignation. It's not a permanent ban. Measured. And so I think it's appropriate. Yeah. Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thank you for indulging me to speak one more time. I'm clearly, and like I say, I haven't broken any ethical rules, and so I'm going to ask to be recused from this because I materially am affected by the vote. It's a vote about me and a vote about my behavior, and I don't believe that I should vote on this. I think it's a strange situation. I don't know what Mr. Postman would say about this, but unlike the other situations where I haven't been able to vote on rezonings or such type things because I had a actual material interest in the parcels, and I have willingly recused myself from that. I find that I have a material interest in the outcome of this, and I feel similarly that I should perhaps be recused. So I'm asking the body to recuse me from voting on this. It's a strange situation we've created here, and I don't know how else to respond to it, but I don't think you get what I'm saying. It's just seems unusual.
Mr. Postman, are we permitted to accede to the request as I wish we would?
You are permitted to do that. It's not under the financial interest provisions. It's under a separate provision that is whether or not there's conflicting duties in the vote, and he's asking for your permission to not vote for that reason.
Motion moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Song. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? You are recused. You may recuse yourself, Councilman. Further discussion of the main motion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Song.
Councilmember Song,
Yeah, yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Radina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson. Yes. Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold.
No.
Motion carries.
EC6, resolution to approve council effectiveness, performance, and communications for professional services in the amount of $20,000. Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC6. Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to move to postpone DC6. I received some information from another local community about how this could be done either pro bono or for a reduced rate. And so I'd like the opportunity to revise the resolution and bring it back at the next meeting.
Moved by, seconded by Councilmember Radina. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? It is postponed. Do we have do we have a closed session today, Mr. Postman?
No, Mayor.
We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor? Opposed? Clerk's report is approved. We have communications today from our city attorney.
No, Mayor, except that I did want concurrence from this council that in my plan to follow up with a written description of the process, because there's been a lot of issues out there, and I've given sort of the overview, but there are nuanced things, and I think it might be helpful. And so oftentimes I give this in a privileged fashion, but I'm happy to do that in a way that can be useful and public. So I leave it up to you, but that's what I suggest.
Is it understand that you'll give us a privileged document? Do you need a council vote in order to present, in addition, a non-privileged document? Mr. Postman?
I could do both.
Do you require that we vote for you to put together a public memo that is not privileged?
You have done this in the past, and I've done both for you related to the First Amendment. So, and you did it in advance, I believe.
Do you need us to vote now?
Yes, you could do that.
Can we just do that by acquiescence?
Yes.
Does anyone object to us moving forward, permitting Mr. Postema to put together a public memo according to the purpose he just described? Is there any objection to that? I will wait. There is no objection. And by that, I infer there is unanimous consent to the drafting and release of the public memo, in addition to whatever privileged information he chooses to deliver.
Right.
Thank you. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. Speakers should dial 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected further, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. When it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. And then it will be your turn to speak. When you speak, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment?
Caller with the phone number ending in 941. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Taylor, you're a liar and you're a hypocrite. And I'll tell you why. None of you have publicly stood up for human rights across the board, except for Jeff Hayner. Jeff Hayner publicly fought for gay rights and publicly stood for Palestinian human rights. You didn't, he did. Your own council rules don't allow you to strip anyone of their committee assignments. Jeff keeps apologizing for a stupid posting, but I don't hear Jen Iyer apologizing for her lies. Jen Iyer was accused by many women of enabling sexual harassment against them in Lansing. I believe those women. I don't believe you or Ms. Iyer. Iyer took campaign contributions from the accused Lansing sexual harasser, and Iyer lied about being a small business owner. She lied about it. In 2013, yet you've done nothing to reprimand Ms. Iyer. Nothing, Mr. Mayor Taylor, you hypocrite liar. In 2013, Al McWilliams called Councilmember Kunzelman a violent obscenity referring to a woman's vagina. McWilliams also posted a picture of Miley Cyrus' bottom. After all that violent talk and degrading imagery against women, you, Chris Taylor, voted to appoint that obscene man to the Downtown Development Authority. What a tasty little morsel to throw at him. You lying hypocrite Mayor Chris Taylor. You praised him for his ironic irreverence. You lying hypocrite. Councilmember Julie Grant actually threatened council members that she would become a seek and destroy missile. You said nothing about that. You lying hypocrite, Mr. Taylor. Chris Taylor has rewarded all of these people, Iyer, Grant, and McWilliams, and he wants to punish Jeff. Taylor has joined Iyer and Grant in their crusade to strip Councilmember Hayner of his assignment. What do you think would happen to the city in court if it torched its own rules to strip a council member of his whole job on the city council? Let us not forget how Mr. Mayor was more than kind to Councilmember Ackerman when he too lied. He was caught lying, getting criminally charged. Yet nothing. Our mayor did nothing about that. You lying criminal.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 677, do you have a comment?
You are on. This is Michelle Hughes. This has been an exhausting week for me emotionally, because, you know, I'm a member of the affected community. I'm a LGBT person, and I've known a lot of people who have been, you know, shunned by their families, kicked out of their homes. They've been fired from their jobs. They've quit their jobs due to transphobic harassment, you know, and this is all just because of their identities. And so, you know, and it's transphobia, you know, brings trans people, like almost 42% of trans people have attempted suicide at some point. And I myself have considered suicide at one point in the past because I couldn't bring myself to transition in such a transphobic world. And so when Hayner used this bigoted language, the specific harm done to me was that I had to relive these things. I had to think through them. I had to, you know, and it wasn't something that I could ignore because it was something that was in my city council, and it's not reasonable to expect me to not pay attention to the city council and to the things that my city council members do and say. And it's not reasonable to expect the LGBT community to not pay attention to the things that their city council members do and say because they might be hurt by them. And so what the reparations that this resolution did tonight is that I don't feel that Hayner can adequately represent me on any of these committees right now, because I'm certainly not going to talk to him. And I don't feel like he would listen to me if I did talk to him, because I don't feel like he respects me or my community. So taking him off of those committees means that I will once again have representation on those committees. I'm a Ward 1 resident, but I'd rather be represented by somebody else on those committees.
30 seconds.
I feel safe talking to. And it's not just me. This is other LGBT members of the community who did not want to come forward today or were unable to come forward today because this is hard to do. When in the course of my advocacy this week, I was called an insincere, I was called a liar and a bully. And nobody wants to face that. Nobody should have to face that. So thank you for taking this action tonight. I wish it had been unanimous.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 323, do you have a comment?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, good morning, whatever that we can call it now, council members and Mayor Taylor. My name is Deb Meyer. I'm a student at the University of Michigan, an athlete on campus, and I'm enrolled in the Michigan Social Work program. I've introduced myself before. You guys probably heard me before as well. As I always start all of my public commentaries, I'm a white middle-class affluent male who was born into high places of privilege, and I feel like it's important to acknowledge that before I speak on anything that I want to bring up in these city council meetings. Furthermore, I'm also here to speak on behalf of Survivor Speak, a nonprofit I work for, and we try to amplify the voices of those who have experienced injustice. I wanted to speak tonight on Jeff Hayner's actions, sanctioning of them, and the appalling lack of action taken by Mayor Taylor. As we have continued to talk about all night, there's been a motion to remove Mr. Hayner from council appointment in light of recent social media posts from Councilmember Hayner and the derogatory slur directed towards the LGBTQ plus community. My first question is why only prohibit him from appointments? Though he stands under progressive ideals, Jeff Hayner's underlying bias and discriminatory posts are not indicative of the progressive and inclusive city that Ann Arbor strives to be. He's saying that all of these motions and all of this movement to remove him from these boards is drastic, but to me, it seems like he cannot own up to his actions in full. Though he might be attending diversity and anti-racism training, and we've talked about that as well tonight, this is clearly not indicative of who he truly is. It is a position of heart and how you are seen by the people who you represent, as you just heard by the previous statement. He should be removed from any form of council. There's enough sanctioning power for that to happen. It is not whether you broke a rule. Mr. Hayner is, again, a position of heart and how you are seen. However, I hope to bring attention to something bigger than this. While I'm glad that this motion is being put forward to sanction some of his actions, my second question is why now? Why have we waited so long to sanction it? Hadn't he spoken in a derogatory way towards Councilmember Iyer, claiming she had a sugar daddy? Didn't he question whether condemnation of white supremacy was necessary in a resolution of anti-Asian hate? More than that, didn't Jeff Hayner repost a Facebook post of a black woman and her 3 kids on a bike saying, how does she manage without a bike lane? Why now are actions being made towards Jeff Hayner? Why now is he being sanctioned for his actions?
30 seconds.
Please do not misconstrue my words. I stand with the LGBTQ plus community in Ann Arbor, and I'm so sorry that this had to be the straw that broke the camel's back. But at the same time, what about all the other groups of people that have been spoken poorly about? What about the black community that continues to be ignored by Mayor Taylor? Why do you all pass resolutions for anti-Asian hate when that comes up? But it takes a white man to come into your council to get you to start thinking about reparations efforts in the city. I apologize if my tone comes across offensively, but I do not apologize for my words. Seeing that resolution for removal and recent motions put forward truly showed how deeply racist and white-dominated this council is. And though that might be hard to hear, the discomfort you all feel is a very good thing. Every white person in this country must feel that discomfort and address their own internal biases if we're ever to truly change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534, do you have a comment?
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg calling from Lowertown. I want to talk about the ADU ordinance revisions. These are very major revisions. It's unfortunate that they're called an ADU ordinance revision, which technically they are, but they are in effect much more than that. Every time somebody downplays the impact of this, that person is doing an injustice to their constituents. We can have a debate, a conversation about the pros and cons of ADUs, of these changes, but it is disingenuous to downplay the impact. We do not have a lot of ADUs, maybe 24 right now. I am for and have advocated and actually worked towards changing things so that we might get more of them. The changes proposed, though, are not the right way to go. We are significantly impacting over 20,000 lots in significant ways they were not impacted before. Every time somebody tries to claim that there's a number lower than that is significantly impacted, that is disingenuous. Detached houses of 600 or 800 square feet in the rear yard, up to a few feet from the lot line, where they were not permitted before, is a significant change, whether you like it or not, whether you're in favor of it or not. You cannot deny that it's a significant change. Removing the owner occupancy requirement, whether you like it or not, is a significant change. It does indeed change the math. It does indeed change the evaluation of the investment community. I'm a real estate broker. I've done buyer agent work for 20 years more. I'm a former developer of subdivisions. This change, the combination of these changes, will have cash investors buying the most modest houses of our community for cash, denying the opportunity for homeowners on the low end of our market, and driving those homeowners to buy in subdivisions that
30
are
seconds.
greenfield developments in the townships. We will induce additional sprawl and greenfield development for those people to commute back into work because they will not be able to buy a home in town. Prices will be driven up, and this will be counterproductive to what our goals are. I hope to continue this debate and to talk to all of you about this further, but please do not downplay the significant impact of these changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 326, do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Jamie McGarrah calling from Ward 3, and I wanted to point out that it's timely that the resolution was brought forward in terms of recognizing psychedelic therapies. For folks that don't know, today, or well, yesterday at this point, was Bicycle Day, which is the day in which Albert Hoffman, 2 days after discovering the psychedelic properties, accidentally discovering the psychedelic properties of LSD, decided to dose himself and ended up bicycling home and having a tremendously important life-changing experience, which he then conveyed to others and ended up changing the world in a lot of ways. One of the things about psychedelics that's really important is that they help people apply a microscope to themselves. And what I want to do is step away from maybe some of the commentary that's been people impugning and pointing fingers and saying things about what others should have done. The only thing I will say is people have been talking about the value of therapy, of change, of improving the lives of those around us. It's really helpful to apply that microscope to oneself and to really understand how one's actions and how one's words can hurt other people. They may not be intentional. There's a variety of reasons why people can be impacted negatively by the things that we do and say. I would just encourage folks to use a microscope of whatever kind is best for you, to look at yourself, to understand how your actions and your words can impact other people. And I think the more that people do this, and I include myself in this, the more that we do this, the more supportive, empathic society we can have. So I really am sorry about all of the bitterness and hurtfulness that's been coming from council lately, and the language.
30 seconds.
And I hope that folks can turn the microscope onto themselves and work on being more empathetic and understanding with each other. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 764, do you have a comment?
Hello. John Floyd, 519 Sunset Road. I look forward to Councilmember Grand considering her position and the words she uses when she speaks. I look forward to hearing her acknowledge that she is accountable for the things she says and acknowledge that her threatening speech and violent metaphor is unbecoming of a council member. I look forward to her not normalizing violent language in the community. I look forward to her not sweeping her own inappropriate words and behavior under the rug. I look forward to hearing her acknowledge that it is acceptable for others to hold her accountable for her behavior and her words. I look forward to hearing Councilmember Grand acknowledge that her violent metaphor and attack dog manner is hurtful to our community and inappropriate for children. I look forward to Councilmember Grand apologizing for her inappropriate and mean-spirited behavior. I look forward to Councilmember Grand living up to the standard she has set for Councilmember Hayner. I look forward to a council that really is collaborative. I look forward to a council that is not divisive. I look forward to a council that is not petty, but instead is thoughtful, considered, and measured. I look forward to a council that lives up to its own rhetoric. Thank you, and I await this day eagerly.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 556. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee, 1116 Red Oak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
There are many inconsistencies, logical and otherwise, that were displayed or demonstrated at this meeting tonight. I could never get through all of them in 3 minutes, but I'll send something in writing on, I think, on the ADU ones, because those were pretty blatant. But let's start with the DC-5 debate. I would start with Councilmember Briggs. You emphasized not only the slur and the damage to the LGBTQ community, but also that it was an attack on the press. Let's examine other attacks on the press. Mayor Taylor recently called a routine FOIA request from MLive voyeuristic and beneath contempt. That's roughly equivalent to Donald Trump's enemy of the people speech. And what was that FOIA request? It was a request coming from Ryan Stanton at MLive to investigate whether there were incidents that were directed at all council members. And that FOIA request would have covered the domestic incident at the Iyer household. It wasn't directed to get that. Mayor Taylor, did he bother to distinguish that? No. Voyeuristic and beneath contempt. But we don't hear anything about that here, not at this council, because the minority doesn't have the votes. Let's talk about the Vanguard incident for a minute. When this was mentioned by the first public commenter at the end here, the accusations are being described by that commenter, and I watch Councilmember Song and Councilmember Grand shaking their heads. Those were victims, real victims. There are not one, not two, but at least three, and each of them said credibly to a respected publication that they went to Jen Iyer with their complaints about TJ Buchholz, and she gaslit them. Is there any discussion about anything at this council about that? No, let's focus on what Jeff Hayner did, and let's ignore everything else. Those were real people, real victims. Aren't they? Aren't you disrespecting them? That's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 469, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 469, please press *6. Caller with the phone number ending in 469, please press *6.
Hi. You can hear me?
We can hear you. Can you please turn off your media device?
Yes, sorry about that. Hi, my name is Petal Sandcastle. I'm a Ward 1 resident and Ann Arbor business owner, which I am officially offering up to facilitate collective art therapy, family counseling, intergroup facilitation, whatever you want to call it, but a real genuine look at each other and the community, because it is my estimation that really witnessing each other, I'm talking about really going in with a scalpel made of roses, of course, and see where the differences sprout. I think it's the entry point into collapsing this growing polarity that is taking over planet Earth. I think that we're all afraid of Nazism for many ways, and there can be woke Nazism. Brute force is what it is. It's brute force. The man was voted in, and nearly 80 million people voted for Donald Trump, and those folks aren't going anyplace. And so at a time, so at some point, we are going to have to look at a much larger conversation, and we would love to facilitate that conversation publicly. We could live stream it. Council could come together in a much more playful way under sort of less threatening situation. You can paint together and play chess and play on drums and instruments while also talking and processing where are the actual differences in the way that we're viewing reality. Because when I hear Council Member Nelson speak, your mind is so beautiful and eloquent, but you land on the opposite side of the fence from the one that I do. And so I think that we owe it to ourselves and to the community and to planet Earth to maybe really try something different, because 130 people kill themselves in this nation every day, and 7 in 10 of them are men, and thousands of antidepressant prescriptions are written for babies under the age of 1, and we need real healing, full-bodied. It's been a really ferocious year for all of us, and we're in for a real summer. This trial that's about to unfold, I think shit's gonna get wild, and Arbor can ignore the tidal wave and let it crash us all into the rocks, or we can ride this thing with elegant, rational playfulness. And I think American society is starved for elevated real-time conversation, not pundits barking at us, not preachers and politicians feeding us the next line. I think
30
a better
seconds.
countrywide, I think in conclusion, I think a better countrywide in conclusion, I feel like I'm in 5th grade doing my little 5-paragraph essay again. I think a better countrywide conversation is possible, and rumblings of a civil war are brewing, and we're on the cusp of the civilization's next black swan. And I think that Council Member Hayner has a lot of growing to do to sort of set down a little bit. And it's not just you, but there's a white, old, rich, male, straight, fascist, sort of corporate, pro-force, anti-sensitivity thing permeating society that we could all, lunar feminine energy can take over, even though I'm screaming at you. Thank you so much. It's really late. You're wonderful people.
Thank you.
It's at expressyourmess.com, by the way.
Caller with the phone number ending in 936. Do you have a comment?
Hello? Just took you off speaker. This is Violin Monster. January 4th, I believe, no, I probably called in the next meeting, but January 4th, I called in to council and said a 4-letter F word, and I was asking for Hayner's resignation then. Tonight, I'm asking the community to recall Hayner. I've been, the last couple days, I've been going around to local businesses asking them to issue a statement about this. And Hayner has repeatedly attacked journalists, and he went into rants again tonight, attacking journalists, attacking the media. And in a wider context of everything that's been going on in our country, I think we can, that is gravely serious for me. As out on the street, what I do out there is the First Amendment all day long. And I have a special, I'm very fond of it. And I think now I really am seeing a lot of signs in the community that enough has shifted right now that I think there is a momentum to recall Hanner. I see it as, I'm glad that council took the step tonight to remove him from committees, but as a community, we can recall him and remove him from office and send
30 seconds.
a stronger message and really say who we are as a community and back it up. You go back to white supremacy and Hanner and Ramlawi failing to condemn that in no uncertain terms. All types of hateful violence, and we need to stand together. Let's recall Hanner, remove him from office so he can no longer harm us.
Time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 867.
This is Blaine Coleman. Now, what we have heard from almost the whole city council tonight is the primacy and the extreme importance of the LGBTQ community's feelings. And it is very important to act quickly to protect the LGBTQ community for sure. In fact, the city council jumped and acted within about a week to take extreme action to protect the feelings of the LGBTQ community. And, people still kill themselves because they're gay. So the feelings of the LGBTQ community are extremely important, as everyone has said. However, over 20 years, the city council has done the opposite for the feelings of Arab Americans in general and Palestinian Americans in particular. For 20 years, the city council has broadcast in every way imaginable that they don't value the feelings of the Arab community or the Palestinian community at all. In fact, the city council has done almost everything to communicate for 20 years now that they don't believe that Arabs or Palestinians have feelings at all. The city council has done everything to communicate that, in their opinion, for the last 20 years, it seems like they believe that Arabs and Palestinians are not even human beings, let alone that they have feelings. This is the message the city council has broadcast loud and clear for over 20 years now. How hard would it be 20 years ago when they were asked, 10 years ago when they were asked, today when they're asked, how hard would it be for the city council to simply pass a 7-word resolution saying we are against military aid to Israel? How hard would that be? Is there anyone who honestly wants to give Israel $38 billion in military aid to keep
30 seconds.
gunning down Palestinians? No sane person wants to give Israel $38 billion a year to gun down Palestinians and to tell the world that Arab life means nothing. No sane person wants to tell the world that Palestinian life means nothing. And yet, that is the message that this city council is still giving out. So, I advise city council to remember Palestinians have feelings. The Arab community at large has feelings. You should act like it and speak like it. Stop the military aid to Israel.
Time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 205. Do you have a comment? Caller 205.
Hi, this is Joe Spalding. I'm going to talk about Israel and Palestine for just a second. I'm going to see if I can do it without calling the mayor a criminal or a hypocrite. Seems to be kind of difficult for some folks on these calls, but we'll see how it goes. I was in college, 2011, senior year, and I went to Occupy Wall Street and Zuccotti Park in October. And I remember being sad because I missed Slavoj Žižek the week before, and I missed Judith Butler the week after, but it was fine. I got to see Noam Chomsky speak at a college nearby, and he was talking about the Israel and Palestine situation. And I tended to agree with a lot of what he said. And the word that comes to mind when I think about that situation is apartheid. And that's really what's going on. And it's certainly anti-democratic at a very minimum. Anyway, when he was giving his speech, he got challenged in some pretty, and I don't mean offensively like grotesque. I mean offensively like fairly aggressively, phrased questions. And he handled it with really, really good poise. And he's in New York City, and he gets a lot of questions that are fairly tilted in the favor of Israel in the situation, trying to frame things a little bit different than him. And he handles it extremely well. He gets personally attacked. He doesn't bite back. And the one thing I know for certain is that if Noam Chomsky were paying attention to the situation here, Jeff Hainer would make the bile come up in the back of his neck. That's for certain. And I feel the exact same way about Hunter S. Thompson. My brother and I loved Fear and Loathing when we were in high school. We thought that was a great book, thought it was a great movie. Anyway, I just want to say that it's very disappointing to again see some folks on council focus so much on process when we know that's a cover. And it's really, really awful for the LGBTQ residents in Ann Arbor that the decision wasn't unanimous. And my last little bit here was Mr. Hainer did realize that he needed to recuse himself after he had already spoke. And I think that speaks volumes that Councilmember Rodina and every LGBTQ member resident in Ann Arbor had to sit there and listen to Jeff Hainer reassert his excuses for his behavior there, or trying to reframe it. And he does apologize, but then he goes on and says, but or however, and just like all of his defenders, nothing before the word but or however means anything. It doesn't matter. So that's all I have to say. Thanks for giving me my 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 006. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller 006, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to speak as a 9-year renter in Ann Arbor. I am in Ward 3. I think that the demonization of renters in high density housing is completely ridiculous, as it only decreases the amount of good that can be done to a community through various contributions in any way just based on liquid assets. But that's not really the main reason I'm calling. What I really want to say is thank you to all of those who are showing their commitment to their constituents, not through process, but through action. It's the coward's way out to hide behind technicalities and whatever else you may bring up to delay process. The Black Panther Party in America was repeatedly demonstrated through schools and through assembly as radical terrorists, when really their actions brought the most change, gave us free school lunches, gave us actual Second Amendment rights, And that's because they acted and stood behind their beliefs. This can go so far as simply staying on camera, not looking at a second monitor, and just showing the active listening skills that are, applied readily to second graders in Zoom classes. As we sit, until 1:30 in the morning on these calls, it's abundantly clear who is not listening based on their ability to respond when being called out and the reflections in their glasses. So, thank you to all of you who are fighting the good fight. I think there needs to be some positivity brought to these meetings, and this is my attempt to do that.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 684, do you have a comment?
Hello, this is Eric Sturgis from the First Ward. My heart goes out to the LGBTQ community today for having to suffer through that long discussion. My heart also goes out to Councilmember Grand for what she experienced today. I know she has to get to work early in the morning, so I won't keep her too long, as she's mentioned before. I also want to point out that we've had council members talk about being sneaky when they were on a commission. They then apologized and were forgiven. We've had council members talk about loathsome individuals being seek and destroy missiles. But we also have not heard much from the mayor or certain council members when it comes to supporting our African American community. A FOIA showed that Mayor Taylor was very disrespectful to Dr. Lisa Jackson in the past. The Ora Rosser incident, the fact that we don't have one African American on the Ann Arbor Citizens Academy, and the Third Ward member applied for it who is African American, and it doesn't seem like his two council reps were too caring that he was excluded. So I think we can all be mad, but let's be consistently mad about the injustices that occur, every day. Let's worry about people that suffer discrimination, that are victims of sexual harassment, that are victims. And to sit there and say, don't shake your head at me, or, comparing constituents' comments like talking to their children, that's offensive. But one of the most offensive things to me and a lot of people in this community, I've had a good friend of mine suffer being killed by a drunk driver. That's offensive to me. It's against the law. And to sit there and have one of our council members say, I will never remove somebody from the planning commission. You'll have to wait till you get a new mayor. This shows you where they really stand on justice. So I will finish tonight by saying that this act of having this long discussion about DC5, great discussion, the result is the result, but I'm fully expecting to see other people removed from their committees when they say comments that are very hurtful to the community and they refuse to apologize.
Time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 828, do you have a comment?
My name's Kathy Strachan. I live in Ward 1, and I'd like to talk about the budget. Mr. Crawford presented an overview tonight, and we all have household budgets, and a responsible person generally doesn't spend money they don't have. You might want to update a working bathroom, but if you're having trouble putting food on the table and clothes on your back, you don't do it. And so I was rather alarmed when I saw the line about, we can't, or we're not going to be paying, I don't remember what it was anymore. Was it retirement or something like that? You weren't going to be paying what you should be paying because of all the budget shortfalls. And I would like to suggest that as a council, you seriously look at what is really necessary and what is nice and maybe sort of on the fluffy, warm and fuzzy side. I mean, it's so easy to spend other people's money, and that other person's money you're spending is mine. And I would like you to not cut essential services, and I would like you to really look critically at the things that are nice but not necessary. And one example I'd like to use is the healthy streets. You spent $40,000 on a consultant to tell you about that, and on your results, I see that you got about, I guess, almost 1,000 responses, 457 in support and 393 in opposition, and I guess 111 were other. I'm not sure what that means, but it's not really an overwhelming support. And I think examples like that, the money that you're spending on that is not, I mean, it's a nice thing, but I don't think it's necessary, and I don't think it's essential. And I would ask you, as you review the budget this next month, to please critically look at what's really essential and think of it as spending your money. If this was your household budget and you had to make the budget be balanced, what would you go without for a year or two? And maybe it means for a year or two we don't do things, but you know, we're dealing with the results of this pandemic, and I think we have to take action to, you know, maybe we can't get everything done we want to.
30
But
seconds.
I think it's really important to look at what's really critical. And in my opinion, one example that's not critical is healthy streets. And we've already blown $40,000, but let's not spend any more on that particular item. And I'm sure there's other things in the budget as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 736. Do you have a comment? Caller 736, go ahead. Caller 736, you need to unmute your phone by pressing *6. Go ahead. Caller 736, do you have a comment?
Hello,
Hi, go ahead.
this is Trisha Duckworth calling from Survivor Speak. Good morning to you all. This meeting has been absolutely painful to sit through. I know everyone came tonight, a lot of people came tonight to speak against Councilperson Hayner. And while we believe that a lot of things that he has done has just been despicable, there are other actions on this council. Nobody gets along. There's arguing. It's 1:18 in the morning. You know, Mayor Taylor, I came to you and a couple of times about doing something about Councilperson Hayner's behavior. You told me yourself that, well, the voters voted for him, so there's nothing I can do. But all of a sudden, lo and behold, there's something you can do. I came to you before about stepping in and speaking up about the racial harm that happens in Ann Arbor at the public schools. You said, I can't do it. It's not my jurisdiction. But lo and behold, your children were represented by this council and members that chose to write a letter on their behalf. I'm seeing so many disparities across the board. Just tonight, you all approved an Arab American Heritage Month. I appreciate all of that. But what about Black citizens? We asked for Juneteenth. Where's the resolution for that? There's a lot of disparities here. And it comes from privilege, which is rooted and grounded in racism and white supremacy. So I would say everyone needs training, anti-racism training. I recommend Legacy Leadership Academy, who deals directly with anti-racism training. Everyone needs it. So the privilege can be checked, so decisions can be made across the board, and it be fairness for all. You opened up, Mayor Taylor, and said, with liberty and justice for all, but do you believe it?
30 seconds.
Because you all pass a resolution for our Asian brothers and sisters and siblings, but then you ignore an email about ending qualified immunity, which would benefit our Black and brown brothers and sisters because they are harmed by their justice system. It's ridiculous. I thank Councilwomen Briggs and Iyer for answering the email, but everyone else did not. Look in the mirror. You all need anti-racism work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are just a couple of callers on the line who haven't spoken yet, but they do not have their hands raised.
Thank you. If anyone wishes to speak, please enter *9 now. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Griswold.
Once again, I'd like to apologize to the community, but especially to the LGBTQ community that's had to endure this divisive conversation. We could have handled the complaint with respect and dignity and saved the embarrassment of this evening, but we chose not to. And I don't know what the motive was, but again, I apologize. I also want to restate something I said earlier tonight that Councilmember Grand misstated. And that is when I talked about what the collateral, I think I said collateral damage. Anyway, I was referring to a risk analysis, which is very common when roads are designed. And that is, we know that roads are designed for the desired behavior. And we also know that based on the road design, it may be riskier for drivers or it may be riskier for pedestrians. And that risk analysis is what I was referring to and questioning, were we willing to accept a certain crash rate for the density of that building? And we need to know going in what those numbers are. Thank you.
Further communication from council?
It looks like we've lost Councilmember Radina.
Oh, here he comes.
Councilmember Briggs.
I would just like to thank Councilmember Radina. I know he's been probably having a lot more conversations with members of the community than any of us this week, while also having to kind of process a lot for himself as well. So in light of, obviously, not only what happened, what we discussed earlier, but also the letter that he received in the mail. So just wanted to thank him for his leadership and all those in the community that reached out to us this week. I've learned a lot through the stories that people shared with us, and from the leadership that came from the community, and I appreciate that. And I also want to say to Councilmember Hayner that I appreciate what a very difficult night this was for him too, to sit through, and appreciate his his apologies, and I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you. I really hope this is the low point for this council. I don't think we have any class. The discussions that were had here should have occurred prior to tonight's meeting. For respect for so many people in so many institutions, we have zero class. I think we need a lot of training. We're dysfunctional. We use buzzwords, talking points, rhetoric. We don't back any of it up. And you're only fooling yourselves if you really think that people are buying it. No one's buying it. They're watching us. They're listening to us. And we're hearing it from all sides. And I hope that our city administrator will do something about it. I hope he will get us the help that we need so that we can become a higher functioning executive board. Because we're doing a great disservice to our community. I've spent the better half of my week on DC 5 because it wasn't handled properly. And that is not to say that punishment would have been any different, but we would have gotten there in a more cohesive, respectful, and dignified way. I don't know where we go from here, but this is more than just embarrassing. This is classless.
Councilwoman. Thank you. Further communication from council. May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember, second by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned.